Okay, good morning, everybody. I know that there, excuse me, still some folks who will be coming in to the room. Representative Davis and Howard. But I want to get started. We're already past 9 o'clock. I would request Representative Crichton, please, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm going to open up this morning's hearings with SB 162. And I believe there's someone here from Representative Pearl's, Senator Pearl's office to introduce, old habits die hard, to introduce this bill to us. Good morning, and please state your name.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Peter O'Neill. I'm the legislative aide for former Representative Pearl, currently Senator Pearl. He's actually chairing Energy this morning, so I will be introducing this bill on his behalf. Senate Bill 162 is relative to exemptions from rabies vaccinations for dogs, cats, and ferrets. This bill makes the initial period for an exemption from the rabies vaccination for dogs, cats, and animals annual with the recertification of a veterinarian. The other two pieces that Senator Pearl wished for me to introduce to the committee was that he had worked with the Department of Agriculture to get this language set for this bill. I believe there are a couple people who want to speak on this as well behind me. And this bill was also brought on behalf of a constituent. Unfortunately, I won't be able to take any questions, and that will conclude my introduction.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Does everyone have a copy of SB 162 in their possession? Okay, thank you. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
we can proceed then. Our next speaker on this bill is Commissioner Sean Jasper from the Department of Agriculture. Good morning, Commissioner.
Rabies is for 1 year, and then thereafter it's every 3.
Yes, and in this case, we're talking about an exemption, so there is actually no rabies vaccination. This is just certifying on a yearly basis that there is an issue that would not be in the animal's best interest to have that vaccination.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Smart, good morning.
Hi, guys. Morning, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I don't understand what would be the harm in the animals. What is harming the animals by having a rabies vaccination?
That is something that I think the gentleman who is going to speak after me could speak to. I'm not really familiar with the health issue. The real difference here is that instead of going to 2 veterinarians every year, this would just be 1. So it's really having the initial certification and then just saying, all right, you only need to go to 1 instead of 2.
Can I ask a
So-
follow-up?
Yes, but just to clarify your question, because I've been on, we've heard rabies bills in the past. And as I understand, there are some pet owners who say that their pets, after they get a rabies vaccination, get extremely sick. They have reactions, just as humans may have some reactions to certain vaccinations as well. So in order for them to protect their animals from having these kinds of reactions, which some of them are life-threatening, they ask for exemptions from the rabies vaccination requirement.
So so not everybody's exempted, only if they have a reaction?
Exactly.
Okay.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I also have a brief question with lines, 9.5 through 12. What happens in the event that there isn't a local animal control officer? Who would be the presiding authority over that?
Local, well, the police are always the local animal control office. They may not have somebody designated, although I believe they do, but that is a police function to be animal control.
So in the event that there's not a specific follow-up, Madam Chair. if I may.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the event that there isn't a specific named local rabies control authority, that would fall to the police.
Yes, and I, you know, in fairness, this whole issue, we know that there are a lot more unvaccinated animals out there who should be vaccinated, but who are not, than there ever would be animals that would be exempt under this. So there is that issue, you know, unfortunately, not every pet owner is responsible, and not every pet owner gets a rabies vaccination for their animal as required.
Any other questions from the committee for the commissioner? Seeing none, thank you very much,
All right, thank
Commissioner
you.
Jasper.
And as I told you, I would be a very poor substitute
Oh,
for
I'm
Dr.
sorry.
Crawford.
I'm sorry, Representative Bixby.
Having having heard this presented in the Senate, I think one thing that came out there, and if you you can confirm this, is that one of the reasons for having being reduced from needing 3 signatures initially to 1 signature thereafter is that the 3 signatures becomes a bit of a paperwork burden for the department. Is that correct?
I would imagine it would be. I don't believe we have many exemptions, but I would say that is another issue. And after the initial exemption really does not seem to serve a real purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to call now Chuck Douglas to the microphone. Good morning. The Honorable Chuck Douglas, I should say. Please pass it around.
Back on. There we go. As the speaker did not say, this actually is, and I know you've heard it, actually basically a housekeeping bill to clean up the requirement that Representative Bixby noted, which is that if you want to have your dog, cat exempt from rabies, because they had, in the case of my dog, an anaphylactic shock. The dog almost died at Russell Animal Hospital here in Concord. They were able to save her. She's a little 4-pound Yorkie. But it led me to look into this whole question of rabies and the exemption. The law already has the exemption, so we're not asking you to expand or subtract from what the law is. But every single year, to get our dog registered annually in our town, we have to get the vet at Russell to reaffirm that she would get an anaphylactic shock and die. Then we've got the fun part of finding a diplomat in the veterinary field. That's like a board certified surgeon. Try to find one of those in the North Country. Try to find a vet anywhere. You've got a long waiting period. Then you've got to find one who is a diplomat. And then Dr. Crawford, the state vet, has to sign off. So all this would do is save a lot of paperwork, because after the first time the dog or cat has been certified to be exempt, thereafter, it would just need their vet to annually recertify. So we're not trying to avoid a vet looking at the situation for your pet, but it's very onerous. And I don't know how people out in the rural areas do it. I mean, we're in Concord area. You can find a diplomat. He comes to caves once a week. So we have to schedule our magic day when he's going to be there. He doesn't know anything about the dog, but he figures, well, if Russell Animal Hospital says it's okay, it's good with me. Then we have to go to Sean's office and have Dr. Crawford sign off. And to do that every year, I predict there are a lot of citizens who aren't doing it at all because they can't. They can't find a diplomat. They don't know about the law or they don't care. We care, but we would like to make this process a little bit simpler. And that's really all it does. There's no hidden agenda, no secret ball being hidden from you where in August they'll read, thousands die from unvaccinated dogs or anything like that. In fact, the law still says, as is our case, we can't allow our dog outdoors unless she's on a leash. And frankly, we don't let her outdoor anyway because she's kind of eagle meat. But we also have to have the dog on a leash or under our control. That doesn't change. So you're not going to have pit bulls running around unvaccinated, terrorizing neighborhoods. It's very rare, but there are animals that, just like humans, my wife is allergic to penicillin. I've got a kid that's allergic to latex, and that's the same thing in the animal world. So it's really that simple. It would be in the interest of everyone who has gone through the process of getting their dog or cat properly exempt to just not have to fight to find this second vet every year, as well as Dr. Crawford. So it's a way to simplify the process. Be glad to take any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Question, Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. And I think you've answered at least part of my question and something you just said. So, and looking at lines 9 through 11 and then 12 and 13, there would seem to be kind of two scenarios here, right? 9 through 11 refer to an exempted animal who shall remain maintained in strict rabies isolation under conditions that are at the discretion, et cetera, until such time as the medical condition has been resolved, right? So if there's a temporary, I imagine if an animal has an illness, right, and a vaccination at that time,
Is delayed or.
right, and then at that point, your local veterinarian could determine that it is safe to have the vaccination. Or another scenario is the case that you just, as you said, answered, I think, in terms of if it's just because the animal would die as a result of the shot. In that case, you just have to maintain those isolation procedures.
That's rare. I think the more common is if they are exempt because they've had a bad reaction. The dog, once they recover, or the cat may be fine, but because they're unvaccinated, you can't let them out unless they're under your control. So you either have to be a house pet, which our little Yorkie is. I mean, she doesn't even like to go outside. She doesn't know what green grass is. She's happy inside. But like cats, some cats don't even like going outside. So fine, so they're exempt. But every year, we still have to have the vet sign off on it. Because there may be situations where they recover or their immune system changes and they're able to be vaccinated. But that's, I think the norm is just that they're more like house pets.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Coulon.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just wondering if you know by any chance how you guys qualified the animals in the bill. It says dogs, cats, and ferrets. I'm just wondering why other animals were left out of the party, like a guinea pig or a goat or chinchilla or something like that.
Well, Section 1, which you don't see in the bill because it's unchanged in the law. Section 1's been around a long time, and it says every dog, cat, and ferret 3 months of age and older. I do not know why it was limited to that decades ago, but that's the way it reads. So if you have a cow or a horse, that's a totally different
Yeah.
situation. This is more the town clerks annually, collect, I don't know, $25 or something to register your pet. I know when we lived in Bow, our town clerk every year knew we were going to be late because we had to get all these magic signatures. And Medulla Nyack said, I wish the legislature would simplify this because the clerks have to babysit people who need these exemptions. Why chinchillas or other animals, I couldn't tell you. I think the reality is dogs and cats are going to be the overwhelming
Mhm. Yeah.
number of pets
Yeah.
that are involved here.
Thank you.
That's what I understand.
Yeah.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I think another aspect of that is that in terms of routes of transmission, dogs and cats and ferrets are more likely to bite. I mean,
bite,
yes,
yeah.
sheep can get rabies, but you're unlikely to be bitten by a rabid sheep, whereas the likelihood with dogs, cats, and ferrets is higher.
Yep.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate
Appreciate
it.
you coming to testify today. Would Representative Davis, can you please pass up the blue sheet?
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Online, we had 2 folks pro and 1 person neutral in registering their their support or opposition online. And with the blue sheet, dun, da, da, we had 2 folks pro, one Mr. Douglas and Senator Pearl. Okay, and I will close out the hearing for SB 162 and open up the hearing for SB 211. SB 211 is relative to background investigations of solid waste and hazardous waste facility permit applicants. And I have Senator Pearl speaking for 5 minutes. However, we know he is not present. Good morning again.
I'm back again. Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Once again, for the record, my name is Peter O'Neill. On behalf of Senator Pearl, I am his legislative aide and will be introducing Senate Bill 211. This bill adds to the requirements for background investigations and criminal records, checks for solid waste and hazardous waste facilities for permit applicants. And this is relative, as Madam Chair read, to background investigations of solid waste and hazardous waste facility permit applicants. Senator Pearl wanted me to mention to the committee that DES wanted the bill, so Senator Pearl had this filed. And there were some redrafts with language, but eventually we settled on the amended version that came out of the Senate, and that DES agreed to this language as well as the stakeholders who had some influence with this bill. Once again, unfortunately, I won't be able to take any questions, and thank you very much for the committee's time.
Thank you. Okay, any other? He won't be taking questions, so I will then now ask Director Wimsatt from NHDES to come up and speak in support of this bill. Good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Waste Management Division, and I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to testify on Senate Bill 211. So, as the gentleman from Senator Pearl's office indicated, this bill is a request of New Hampshire DES, and we fully support the bill. So for many years, New Hampshire law has required that applicants for both solid waste and hazardous waste permits for facilities, basically submit to a background performance history check at the time of their application. And the reason for that is really to ensure that an applicant who is seeking to run a solid or a hazardous waste facility has the reliability, expertise, integrity, competence to operate a facility. And as part of that, in addition to performance history, there is a requirement to do a background check of criminal records background check of the key officers and employees of the proposed facility. And one of the reasons for that is that we are directed that we may deny a permit to someone who is seeking a hazardous waste or solid waste facility permit if they have been convicted of a felony in the previous 5 years prior to the application. So the only way to know that for sure is to conduct a multi-state background criminal investigation or records check for those parties. And so that has been done for a number of years, but just recently, the New Hampshire Department of Justice informed us that the language in the statutes, which has been there for decades in both the hazardous waste and the solid waste statute, isn't properly constructed to facilitate use of the federal criminal background system. So the FBI, basically the way that these background investigations are conducted, and I would know they're conducted for many occupations. People who work in the schools, bus drivers, that sort of thing, are all submitted to this kind of a records check. And it's pretty commonly done, pretty frequent. It's done through the New Hampshire State Police, but as part of that, and of course they can do everything in state, but for a multi-state across the country background investigation, they go through an FBI database with the Federal Bureau of Investigations. And the FBI is very particular that if you're going to use that system, the enabling language in the statutes that enables you to do it needs to be constructed in a very particular way. And DOJ has informed us that our current statutes aren't constructed that way. So we're seeking to fix this, and without this fix, we will not be able any longer to conduct multi-state criminal background investigations. So this language would accomplish that. We worked very closely with DOJ to make sure we had the right wording. And we certainly support this and hope that you will find it approvable. And with that, I'll leave it and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director, for taking my question. Just out of curiosity, have there been any issues with anyone applying for these permits that we have found a problem with in the past?
This precedes my time as director, but my understanding is there was one facility, a solid waste facility, where one of the key officers had indeed been convicted of a felony in the previous 5 years, and they were informed that permit would not issue with that person in leadership in the company, and as a result, that permit did not issue.
Any other questions from the committee? So, Director Wimsatt, let me just restate and say that, so this change to statute just brings our language into line with what's required with FBI background checks?
That's correct. That's my
Okay.
understanding.
So it's really more, it's housekeeping, but in a manner which complies with federal law.
That's a fair statement.
Okay,
That's
thank you. Seeing no other questions, I'd like anyone else wish to speak on this bill? No. I'd like the blue sheet for this, please.
No comments on.
And there has been no comments online registered for SB 211. Thank you. And we have Senator Pearl, registered pro support for this bill on the blue sheet. With that, I'm going to close out the hearing for SB 211. And we are just a minute shy of our 9:30 for SB 23. And I want to bring to the attention of the committee, I received back from our House clerk a Senate message for a bill that we had HB 152 having to do with soil and plant additives. And that bill came back with an amendment from the Senate, which we are asked whether we are going to concur or non-concur with this change. I believe I discussed this with Senator Bixby, and I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Representative Bixby, I'm getting my senators and representatives all mixed up today. But apparently they changed some wording in here regarding the purchase of fertilizer. The statement is penalty payments received from the registrant shall be refunded to the consumer of the fertilizer which has been analyzed and found deficient, provided that the purchase is of 1/2 ton or more as opposed to 1 ton. So I would love you to speak to that, and I believe that the committee should concur with this change. But go ahead.
So, when I brought this, before the Senate committee, Senator Pearl, noted that he had experience in with, as a fertilizer dealer, and noted that a deficiency in, of less than 1/2 ton could add up to a matter of cents or maybe a few dollars, and that the paperwork burden to the department for dealing with a very large number of very small fines could outweigh the benefit that would be received, that would be gained by that. So he said that he would be fine dropping it from a full ton, which is what current law has, to a 1/2 ton, but dropping it down to, for any amount could create a paperwork burden that outweighed the benefit. And I said that I was fine with that, with that change. So I think that we should concur with this. So that's my feeling on it.
Okay, just by a show of hands, are we all okay with concurring with this change? Okay, thank you very much, committee. I will now open up SB 23, which is establishing a study committee on meat processing. And who I have for this speaking, I guess, is Senator Innes. Good morning.
Dan Ennis from Bradford, New Hampshire, representing District 7. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Forgive me, my allergies are acting up. I'm mildly medicated, so speak slowly. But I think we'll be all right. It's the unfairness of spring in New Hampshire, but it's all good. This bill is being brought forward to you, Senate Bill 23. In part, well, in whole, because I've learned a lot in the last couple of years about farming in our state and getting things from farm to table and some of the difficulties that exist in doing so for small farmers. And this bill simply establishes a study committee to start to take a look at this particular issue and consider how we might perhaps be able to make things a little bit easier for small farmers around our state. And this one focuses on what we call non-amenable species. So this isn't typical cattle or chickens, but rather would be bison, deer, elk, and that sort of thing. And we do have some bison farmers in our state. There's one in Warner that I'm very familiar with. There's an elk farmer in Lee, New Hampshire, and some others around the place. And this sets up a study commission that consists of members of the Senate and the House. We'll begin to dive into this issue. Commissioner Jasper is here to speak to it as well and provide a little more insight. But the objective here is to consider how we might be able, to understand the current situation, but then to consider how we might be able to make things a little bit easier for those small farmers. There is one thing about the bill that I think maybe we need to adjust, and that's in line 31 of the amendment, actually. We have a completion date of November 1st, 2023. That may be too aggressive as I think about it. And maybe June 30th of 24 would be a wiser way to go with that. So I'm happy to take any questions. And I know the commissioner can answer questions in probably greater detail than I. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Innes. Any questions for Senator Innes? Representative Bixby.
So, there's a, you may be aware that there's a certain reluctance on the part of House leadership to take on a lot of study committees.
Yes.
And one of the issues is that the burden typically falls on the House to field most of the members of the committee. How would you feel about sharing the weight equally and having 2 senators and 2 reps on the committee rather than 1 and 3?
Thank you for that question. And I would be delighted, actually. I know of a senator who'd be perfect for this.
Okay,
So yes,
thank you.
thank you.
Okay, then
All right.
that's an amendment then that we would be happy to add.
I appreciate that, Representative. Thank you.
And along with that amendment, so you are also suggesting that the report that's produced should have a due date of June 30th, 2024?
Yes, please. I think that's
Okay.
reasonable, and it gives us enough time to adequately study this.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, ideally, what would you envision the committee's report recommendations? I mean, if you, what would this committee, at the end of the day, ideally, what would they produce?
They will produce recommendations on ways to streamline the process for small farmers to ensure that the public health is protected, right? That's important. But in many cases, it's a little too difficult to get things done. And you'll hear from the commissioner in his testimony how it works and why it can be a little bit difficult. But, I think focusing on the non-amenable species to start is a good way to move into this. And in the ideal world, in a year or two, we start looking at other options. I'll give you, the commissioner can speak to this too. If you produce meat birds, for example, to sell, it can be difficult to get those to market unless you use a USDA facility. And there's some issues in getting time at those facilities. Sometimes they're a distance away. And quite frankly, what's important to many of the small farmers in New Hampshire, me included, is that animals be treated humanely. And, if you can avoid major processing plants where there's more likely to be disease and find another way, I think that makes sense. And it will help our small farms to be more productive. I could sell a chicken to you from my farm store, but I can't sell it to a retailer. Same bird, unless it goes through that USDA facility. So that's the objective here. Let's help our farmers while we're protecting the public health, make it easier to get to market in the longer term. It will take time to do this, and maybe I'll run into a wall, and that's okay. But I think it's something we need to explore for our farmers and our small communities around the state.
Gotcha.
It's a hard scrabble business in New Hampshire.
No, we've got a lot of them in our district, so
Yeah.
I understand.
You
Thank
know,
you.
I grew up in Ohio where you put a disc in the soil and plant a seed, it grows. Not so much here. So we have to be a little more creative. And I think anything we can do to smooth the process is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. So one of the questions that I did have was this, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
One of the things that I was curious about is the scope of the study committee and looking at, you mentioned obviously public health component, and then you mentioned things like the USDA, access to USDA or avenues that way, but are you also looking at educational components to like getting new folks into that?
That's not specifically in the amendment or the bill, but I don't see anything wrong with that. No. Yes, certainly
you.
be open to that.
Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I was just curious if maybe a study commission like this could lead to some sort of, voluntary labeling system like New Hampshire grown or something easier to identify food,
Yeah.
produced in New Hampshire by small farmers?
I think it certainly could, yes.
Awesome. Well, we just had breakfast with the New Hampshire Young Farmers Coalition, so
Good. I'm glad to know there are a few young farmers out there.
yeah.
I'm new to the business, but it's a lot of fun, and I think it would be great for our state to continue to maintain our small farms. It's
Awesome.
important.
Thank you.
It's a part of our culture, honestly.
Any other questions? Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So just to clarify, and I apologize for my ignorance, but so so right now, if I shoot a deer, I can have it butchered for my consumption. Is that correct?
That's my understanding,
Okay,
yes.
but if I want to sell it, then we have to go through the existing process, USDA, and we know that that's all backed up. Is
It-
that pretty much where we're at?
I'll let the commissioner give you the details on that. I think he's better able to speak to the details of deer than I. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, raising deer on a farm, not. I know some folks do it, but I think it's less common.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you, Senator Ennis.
Thank you.
And-
Appreciate it.
Good to see you. I call now Commissioner Sean Jasper from the Department of Agriculture. Good morning again.
Again, good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the commissioner, members of the committee. I'm still the commissioner. Tongue-tied. So I am in favor of Senate Bill 23. I will say, though, in terms of the creation of a state meat inspection program, which we have on the books, that is still something we support eliminating because it just has no potential to survive without extensive state funding. I don't see that happening, and that would not be my top priority for the department anyhow. However, I think there is a lot of value at looking at the non-amenable processing question. And I really believe that that is about traceability and clear labeling for the consumers. I think if people choose to buy those non-amenable products and know that they're not USDA inspected and that they know where the product comes from, that is something they should have the right to do. And that's really because that is not under federal jurisdiction. The feds have left that out. So say, well, why not extend that to all other species? Because we can't. So, that's the simple answer. But in answer to your question, yes, if you wish to sell deer meat to the public, it would have to go through USDA inspection. I'm glad to
Okay.
answer any questions.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for answering the question. This weekend, I met with some farmers from Massachusetts who we were talking about slaughter, and they said that the USDA slaughterhouses down there were sort of too expensive for the smaller farms, and that they still have state inspection in Massachusetts from what they told me. And so the smaller farmers had sort of egregious terms set by the state to do smaller loads.
And I have to say that I'm puzzled by that. I haven't received any evidence of that because the federal laws require the exact same standards at a minimum for a state program as exists for USDA inspection. So I'm not sure how that would work because you would still have to have a state inspector there. Of course, everybody always talks about, oh, well, Maine does this, Massachusetts does this, Vermont does that. They have a sales and income tax. And so they throw a lot of money at a lot of things that we don't have money to throw at. But the standards are the same. What we have done here through the use of ARPA funds, and next Wednesday we should be finally awarding the grants. We did have $750,000 going out to various processors in the state to expand or modify their facilities There's a lot of good things going on in the processing. We expect it to become more available to the farm, to the small farmers. Not only that, working with Cooperative Extension, we'll be standing up a mobile class, partially online, partially on site, so that people who are interested in learning those skills will have the opportunity to do that, which should also help with the availability. But there is this false narrative, at least from what I've seen, that, oh yeah, we need a state inspection program because it won't be as rigid, won't be as expensive. I just simply don't know how that is possible. And the only thing I can say is that if you had a state program and you had a few small processors, perhaps they send their inspectors here one day, and those processors might only be open a day or two a week, and that's a shared resource. But the way our program is set up, it would be more expensive because the people having the animals slaughtered at a state program would have to pay for the full costs of that inspection. Whereas, well, I shouldn't say a full cost. They'd have to pay for half costs. Feds would still pay for half. But as it is now, they're not paying for the federal part of the inspection. So that's not a path unless the legislature said, hey, we've got $1.5 million we don't know what to do with. Let's put it into a state meat inspection program. I don't think that day will ever come. It hasn't arrived, and I started hanging around here in 1984 and haven't seen that yet. So.
Thank you. Representative Bixby?
Yeah, could you just go over what the current procedure is for dealing with non-amenable animals? So, yeah, for an elk farmer, for a deer farmer, for a bison farmer, what do they do now in order to be able to sell their meat other than from a farm stand?
Well, even from a farm stand, if they are not going through a USDA inspection, and some facilities will deal with those, but some don't want to deal like with a bison. The difficulty of those untamed animals going through that process, some won't deal with it. So there has been nobody who has legally done any of that at this point, because you have to have a veterinarian on site to inspect the animal pre-mortem and post-mortem. There has to be lab testing. There has to be, a lot of things that are supposed to happen. I don't have them memorized because they've never happened and nobody's ever requested. We did find out that there were sales of bison, I don't know if it was bison, doesn't matter, of non-amenable species out there that had not gone through the process. And that's when it was looked to be expanded to elk, like during the last legislative session. Said, see, there's been no problem with the program we have now. And we looked at it and said, well, gee, there's been no problem with it because nobody's actually done it correctly. So there is no shortcut. And even those who have large herds have said it's just simply too expensive to do it the way that the statute currently has it set up.
Follow up.
So the farms that are doing elk and deer are having those animals processed at USDA facilities.
They would have to, yes,
Okay.
in order to legally sell them.
And they are, where was I going with this? Do they have more difficulty getting their animals to slaughter facilities than someone who is doing amenable animals in terms of scheduling?
That I wouldn't know. I think that would depend on the facility. I do know I went to a small processor, so let me be clear if I wasn't. You don't have to have the animal fully processed at a USDA inspected facility. It has to be slaughtered there. So you can have it slaughtered there and then taken back to your non-inspected facility. You can still then sell it from a store or from anywhere as long as it was slaughtered at a facility. And I don't know the difficulty, if they're having any more difficulty or not. I would suspect probably for elk or bison, probably not. For elk or deer, probably not. For bison, as I said, those are very large and wild animals, and I think they would be having much more difficulty getting somebody to deal with that, since their slaughter dates are generally full anyhow.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. Thank you, Commissioner. So one of the questions that I had was whether or not the study committee might take a look at those non-amenable species that we know are being imported for sale in New Hampshire from other states. And I know at grocers, I have seen some of these non-amenable species on the shelf for sale, but they're coming from outside of New Hampshire. So I'm curious to know what impact that has.
You're telling me something I didn't know about, so I really can't answer it. I would suspect they still have to be inspected for the USDA facility, and I would hope that there is traceability. I mean, that has become a huge issue with all food products these days. So certainly something they could look at, but I don't know anything about that at all.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee for the commissioner? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony this morning. So it seems we have heard for this particular bill a possible amendment to be added, not only to change the date of the report, but also to change the composition of the committee to be 2 members of the House and 2 members of the Senate. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And although I like the idea of 2 and 2, I think we should leave it at 3 reps and 2 senators just to make sure we have a quorum.
Anybody else have any thoughts on that? It was 3 members of the House and 1 member of the Senate.
Yeah, we might want to make it 3 and 2. Given that, and with a quorum of 3, and just because those of us who have worked on study committees in the past have noticed an inconsistency on the part of the members across the wall and may be able to get past that wall sometimes.
Just going to say that.
So we're looking at 3 representatives and 2 senators.
I think if you think you might want to consult also with the speaker to make sure that that would be amenable to him, as it were. But that it might be safer to go with 3 and 2.
Otherwise, you may never meet.
Okay, so that would be for purposes of a quorum of 3. Right. Okay. All right. All right, let me, I will work on an amendment for that then, but I will speak to the House Speaker for that. And so far as SB 23, the blue sheet, we had 1 person sign in favor and no one online. So I'll pass it on to our clerk, and I will close the hearing for SB 23. Our next bill is coming up at 10:15, so we'll take a short break. Is there anything the committee would like to discuss at this point before we take a short recess? No? Okay, thank you.
I don't need to change that, but you'll never get a senator show up, hardly ever. You understand why I said 3 and 2, right?
Yeah.
How does that go over? We're proposing a lot of new committees.
Yeah.
So the question in my mind is this committee worth doing?
I think it is.
And I've got a lot of
It is 10:15, and so we will open up Senate Bill 159. And I invite the sponsor, Senator Fenton, to speak and introduce this bill to us. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the committee. For the record, I am Senator Donovan Fenton. I represent District 10. Senate Bill 159's purpose is to study the Department of Environmental Services issuing any future unlimited service area landfill permits and to study the out-of-state waste coming into New Hampshire. We are seeing New Hampshire slowly become a dumping ground for trash from other states. A report from the Environment Department published in November shows that more than 45% of the trash coming to our landfill comes from out-of-state sources. Massachusetts has not built a landfill in 30 years because it seems like their solid waste plan is to dump it in New Hampshire. Maine passed legislation prohibiting the disposal of out-of-state waste in the state's landfill. Vermont has also established aggressive standards for what can be disposed of in its landfills. At the rate we are going, it might not be long before we are seeing barges coming into Portsmouth from South Carolina with their trash. New Hampshire recently updated its solid waste management plan with its goals to reduce in-state waste and trash toxicity. It's a great strategy, like recycling and composting, but it fails to address the problem that almost half of our waste comes from out-of-state trash. I urge the members of the committee to consider this bill, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions from the committee? Representative Bixby.
So, we currently have have a solid waste working group, and I'm wondering why it would be better to do this as a separate study committee rather than having this be covered by the solid waste working group.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. I think if it's in the solid waste working group's bylaws or statutory laws, I think it can be covered under that. The issue that was brought up with this is that out-of-state trash is not being addressed. And when other states are phasing out building landfills, it looks like there may be landfills in our future. I think Vermont has one landfill, whereas New Hampshire is debating on potentially more. And what we need to do as a state is figure out how do we stop single waste pollution and also stop trash coming from out of state. That's the crux of the issue is the trash is coming from out of state.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. Thank you, Senator, for the question. So in the event that the committee is established, are you also seeking input from folks who may be able to weigh in on interstate commerce clause and those types of things that might come under the purview of this discussion? Having served on a study committee regarding this,
It's a great question. I think that's the elephant in the room, right? The Commerce Clause. How do we get around that? And I would say that, it's up, studying that issue in and of itself is a whole nother thing. But it is, I would welcome individuals who understand the Interstate Commerce Clause and deal with it daily to testify or speak in front of that committee. I think it's not up for us to determine the out-of-state Commerce Clause. It's not up for DES either to determine what does and does not pass that out-of-state Commerce Clause.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Thinking about what virtue a study committee might have, would one of the benefits of a study committee perhaps be that when a report is concluded in November, that you have a group of legislators who may already be in a position to put forward some legislation, hopefully bipartisan legislation, House and Senate legislation. So is that potentially a benefit of doing it as a study committee as opposed to going to the working group?
Thank you for the question. I think that is a great point. The whole purpose of this is how long can we wait? We're at 45% trash from out of state. Is it going to go up to 50? Is it going to go up to 55? Where does it end? And if we don't address it now, when's too late?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, have you spoken to Representative Ebel She is chair of the Solid Waste Working
Mhm.
Group. Have you spoken to her about this?
We have
Committee bill?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. We have spoken. There is some overlap. We haven't seen the address of out-of-state trash being necessarily addressed. Sorry, that was a double words there. But as Representative Germanis said, it's really to get something out by hopefully next legislative session.
Okay, because I'm also a member of Solid Waste Working Group, and I know there are various issues and topics that that they are covering, and I believe that this is one that is going to be on their list of things to look at. So I'm just hesitant in duplicating work.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely, I'd be hesitant to duplicate work as well. I think if that is the subject you're covering and you are going to get to it, I think then it would you wouldn't want to wait.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. Senator, I think to get to the point of your specific piece of legislation, you're looking at unlimited service areas versus areas where there are limited service area landfills. Is that correct? So you would not be looking at that other
Correct.
group?
Thank you for the question. Correct. So we're not looking at limited service areas. We're looking at unlimited service areas which accept trash from unlimited areas.
Representative Bixby.
Could you explain a little bit more about how the permitting works for a limited area service, limited service area facility versus an unlimited service area? And how is it determined whether the permit would be limited area or unlimited area?
Thank you for the question. I will describe it as best as I understand it. A limited service area would be like your county or specific to towns, things of that nature, a certain demographic area or geographical area. Whereas an unlimited service area, the way I understand it, there's really no parameters except potentially what type of trash you can take, is the way I understand it. So you can get trash from Vermont, Massachusetts, Maine, Iowa, you name the places.
Representative Murray, I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. So if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're stating is that really the limited service areas might be town or municipal level who receive only within that jurisdiction?
Correct.
Thank you.
The way I understand it.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so are the limits on the service area determined by who owns the landfill, or is it, and so for instance, with Nashua, the city of Nashua owns the landfill, so they can choose their service area. But with, say with Turnkey in Rochester, that's owned by Waste Management, and I don't know that there's a matter of the permit saying what the service area is. It's a matter of of Waste Management accepting trash from clients wherever they find them.
So, Representative, I think I understand your question. Yes, there's a lot of determining factors of what area you service and what trash you take in. I think it deals with municipalities determining that, and also the application process in which they're applying for DES as well to determine what they're graded for. I'm sure DES is behind me chomping at the bit to correct me on some of these, so you'll get another chance at this.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. I don't know if this applies to the interstate commerce laws, but given that some of these landfills are meant to be profitable and the permitting of it probably includes ways to be profitable, including taking trash from out of state, what would you like to see the committee conclude regarding commerce?
Thank you for the question. In regard to commerce, I think I think we all want a cleaner New Hampshire, and I think if you're not upset that 45% of our trash comes from out of state, there's an issue there. We're not trying to hamper business by any means, but we're also not in the business of becoming the trash state to accept other people's wastes.
Representative Germana. Yeah, and then I'll get to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, to connect with Representative Howard's question, there's also, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, a question here in terms of our landfill capacity and increased costs for New Hampshire residents, right? I mean, if you have a landfill that's closer to you and it is filling up with almost half of the trash being brought in from out of state, and then the result is ultimately that your own local trash then has to be shipped further, you're talking about tipping fees going up and increased costs to New Hampshire residents to ship our garbage because we can't handle it in a local landfill that's taking a lot of out-of-state trash.
If I understand, yes, there's a cost, Representative, thank you for the question. There's a cost to everything. In the long run, it's going to cost the residents of New Hampshire a lot more money and maybe the quality of our state, air, trash like that. We're also seeing, garbage trucks literally just driving up from Massachusetts. There's no special transportation of this trash. It's literally just dump trucks getting on our highways, driving up to us and dumping their trash. If you want to talk about environment on top of that, those trucks don't get great gas mileage. So, it's cheaper for them to do that than it is for them to figure out the problems.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. Would you say then that it is a permitting question? Would you like to see the permitting of our landfills be more restrictive?
Thank you for the question. I think that's why we have a study committee. I believe that we can find a solution in here somewhere. I think we're all in agreement that we want to do something here dealing with out-of-state trash. And if that is a permitting process, if it's a new language in terms of how we approach solid waste or out-of-state waste, I think there's a ton of options, and I would hope that the study committee can figure that out.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senator, for the question. So one of the things that I'm curious to know whether or not it might fall under the purview is whether or not there's a concern about at least gathering or absorbing some data about materials that might come in that are hazardous or contain other contaminants. And is there a way to establish what percentage of those are coming from into those unlimited service areas from out of state, or if you're intending to look at that?
I think that's an excellent question, and I'm sure DES is behind me, and I would ask the pertinent questions that what exactly is coming from out of state, what type of trash, how much trash, and those questions.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Davis.
Do we export any trash, any waste?
It's a great question. I'll have to ask DES behind me. Sorry to keep kicking it down, but.
Any other questions from the committee? And I see none. Thank you very much for your
Thank you, folks.
introducing the bill today. And I wonder if Director Wimsatt might come to the table. I have a couple of questions regarding this. That there were some figures and numbers tossed around regarding percentages of out-of-state trash, and I wonder if you know more specifically what those percentages are for how much out-of-state trash comes to New Hampshire and how much do we export out?
Thank you for the question. So for the record, Mike Wimsatt, I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES. The numbers that the Senator was putting out there were about right. I think it's around 45. For the last year where we have reliable data, just a couple of years back, it was on the order of about 45% came from out of state. And the amount of waste that New Hampshire exports is less than 10%. It varies from year to year, but it's on the order. It's a single digits percentage.
What are the types of things that we export?
That's a great question. I think they tend to be things that are just of convenience. If you look at the border and you've got a business, they may hire a local trash hauler that happens to be housed across the border and use a facility, in Vermont or in Maine or something like that. I'm not aware of any sort of specific, you know, deficiency in New Hampshire's ability to handle waste. I think it's more a function of convenience.
Yeah, Representative Germana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Director, for taking my question. It was connected to the chair's question about what we export. Do we export some food waste? Because I'm thinking about, like, in Keene, we've got a kind of a startup composting business, and he'll compost, for example, like coffee cups that are compostable, right? But you need to have a certain amount of compost, right? I mean, those are food waste specific sites, and I believe he exports out of state. So it's just a question connected to the chair's question, if that's an example of something that we tend to ship out of state.
That's probably a great example. I know that a lot of supermarkets that generate a significant amount of food waste already have arrangements with out-of-state facilities to manage their food waste. So that's probably represents a meaningful part of that percentage.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And so I know that you are also a member of the Solid Waste Working Group. And I'm new to that body, and I wonder, do you know of any plans of Solid Waste Working Group addressing this issue of out-of-state trash?
So the Solid Waste Working Group has in its first year of operation really focused had a strong focus on the development of our state solid waste management plan, and now they're really beginning to start to take individual topics and learn about them. Most recently, we spent a couple of meetings with presentations related to food waste reduction, actually. So I do think that the chair wants to develop, maybe, look out in the next 6 months and decide which topics the group will review in detail, and that certainly could be one of them. I don't honestly know if it's specifically been identified as a near-term topic of investigation.
Thank you for that. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Wimsatt, I'm interested in how we actually trace what out-of-state trash is coming. You mentioned the last data that we have. How do we measure it?
Right. So every facility, every permitted facility is required to file what's called an annual facility report, or an AFR, and those are due in the spring of each year. And then we, spend some time compiling that information. And that's why I say I think the year that I'm probably quoting is 1 year back, because those reports have just become due and we haven't compiled the data for 22 yet. But basically, those annual facility reports are required to include a host of information related to the types of waste that have been accepted and the origin of the waste. So that's where we determine how much of the waste that has been received at our disposal facilities comes from out of state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So the study committee is talking about looking at unlimited service areas and in terms of permitting, and I'm wondering whether there are separate types of permits for limited versus unlimited service areas, and whether that is dependent on the type of ownership of the facility, and whether it might be whether there's even a possibility of saying, well, we'll do a limited service area permit and use that to get rid of out-of-state waste.
So really, the decision about what area a particular facility wants to service is that of the applicant. When they decide they want to propose a facility, and they decide who they want to service, who they want their customers to be, they provide that information in their application. And we do have a number of limited service area facilities in the state, and I'll just go through them because I think it's helpful to understand. The city of Nashua operates its own landfill. Its service area is limited to the city of Nashua, and then there are a couple of communities associated with their former solid waste district that can also bring asbestos waste specifically to it. But for MSW and straight up trash, basically the city of Nashua only accepts waste from within the city limits. Lebanon landfill is a limited service area landfill. It's a little broader than that. It includes, I think, about 6 or 7 New Hampshire towns and 6 or 7 Vermont towns. And that's the service area that they specified. We didn't dictate that as part of permitting. That's what they asked for, and that's what they got for a permit. And then the Conway, or the Mount Washington Valley facility takes, I think, from Conway, Albany, and Eaton. That's the service area that they desired to serve, and that's the permit they have. So to go to your question, if, I guess to put it in practice in a permitting scenario, let's say that a private company came into and decided they wanted to have a limited service permit to operate a waste management facility in Nashua. That would be a little bit of a tough row to hoe for them, because the city of Nashua's facility serves Nashua and serves it adequately. So when we would look at doing a public benefit determination for a facility like that, we would likely conclude, I mean, I don't never like to prejudge anything, but we'd likely conclude that a facility that was only going to provide service for Nashua wasn't really needed, because there was adequate service for all of Nashua's waste. So that, that's an example, it's a very hypothetical example of how a decision might weigh in with respect to either limited service area or unlimited service area. In practice, the commercial facilities that come to us, those facilities I described to you before, are all municipally owned and operated. The privately owned and operated facilities that come before us for permits typically request an unlimited service area, which means they can take waste from anywhere.
Thank you. Representative Creighton, you had a question?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Just trying to wrap a couple of things around my head here. So you said that the solid waste working group was looking for additional topics to study.
With respect, I'm not sure I said it that way. We have a directive under the law that outlines a number of topics that we can and should study. And what I should have said is the chair is trying to decide in what order we take those and how we study them. I don't think that the chair or the group as a whole is looking for new expanded things to study. But the job we have under the law that created the solid waste working group is already big enough. So I think we're trying to limit what we do to those issues that were identified for our investigation.
For a follow-up.
Go ahead.
And this is not one of those.
I don't think the term unlimited service area appears in the law that created the solid waste working group. There certainly is discussion about, I think there's some reference to out-of-state waste, but I apologize. I don't remember exactly what the language was.
Look at it.
For one more.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to get, in my mind, rather than committing, resources to another commission, it would seem to me you got the right people in the right place to do this. And an amendment to this would say, hey, you guys are already working on it, work on this too. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah, I don't want to testify for anybody else. So speaking just solely on behalf of the department, I believe that we recognize that there's a difference between something like the solid waste working group, which is it's a really a robust group of people from all across different expertises and sectors. We have people from the solid waste industry. We have people from the Hospital Association. We have a whole host of folks who bring a really great core of knowledge to those discussions. We recognize that a legislative study committee is a different animal, that it's really just comprised of legislators. And I think the chair, has articulated to me, Representative Ebel, that, her study committee, House Bill 413, which looked at really broadly at solid waste a number of years ago, it was a really powerful tool that she really appreciated being able to use, because being comprised only of a handful of legislators, she could schedule meetings and she had something on the order of, 15 or 16 meetings in the course of 2 months. And they were able to bring in people from all across the sectors of information they were trying to gather. So I wouldn't, and again, I want to emphasize, DES did not come today prepared to take a position on this bill. We don't take a position on it. In general, we never object to study committees, because we feel if the legislature decides it wants to study an issue, it should. And who are we to object or support it either way? So we don't have a position on it, but we do recognize that there's a difference between the kind of work a working group like the solid waste working group can do and the work that a legislative committee can do.
Perfect. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. Thank you, Director. So to your, to answer, I guess follow up on your statement about there being roughly 45% of trash imported versus the 10% export. Would you, with regard to this proposed piece of legislation, feel confident that the data that you have from last year, which would be 2021, correct?
I think that's right, yes.
Would be sufficient in their findings to be able to do the study committee?
I don't, yes, I don't have reason to believe that the data, once the new data we're collecting, once analyzed, will be significantly different.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming up at my bequest.
You're welcome.
And
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you taking some questions, even though you were not expecting to speak on this bill today. And I would like to see the blue sheet. Thank you, Representative Davis.
No, nothing on that.
There was nothing, no testimony online or support or opposition. And on our blue sheet for SB 159, we have two people who have indicated pro this bill. With that, I'm going to close the hearing for 159 unless anyone else has any other comment. Thank you. And we will take a very short break because in 3 minutes we will be taking up SB 267. Yes, sir.
I think it would be appropriate for us to touch base with Representative
Ebel.
to find out whether this is something that she would feel was in the purview of her committee or whether it would be more honest for us.
I will talk to her about that.
And I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna, I'm gonna be leaving in the middle of this.
I'll take as much as I don't know what that would be, but as you said,
Yeah, I'll talk to Karen Abel about it.
And then I'll just.
study and if there's legislation that can address more immediate issues.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Because that way, I'm gonna let her clerk.
Sure.
For this, and I'm gonna go sit over there just to hear it. Because I'm not gonna be able to.
Okay.
These begins to limit to some extent.
Whatever you feel comfortable with, whatever's easiest.
Because if you the you own it. You don't care where it's at. You're permitted to have it there. You're making money for whatever you just chip in. So whether it comes from California or whether it comes from Massachusetts.
Right, you're right, that's my assumption.
I'm gonna take this stuff out of here.
But if there are issues.
There's no
that need
something
to be
made here,
addressed,
it's just study.
Yeah.
The one end you start to.
Thank you.
Contracting,
You got it.
improving environmental. I'm not. Oh, sorry. These are all in support. Got 4 testimonies on 267.
Okay.
Oh, wait, 68.
Okay.
I think another thing, but it could come out of the solid waste too, I suppose.
Yeah.
The question about,
Yeah.
as you said, is if Gene fills up.
I'm going to talk to Okay. So we will be getting underway with the hearing for Senate Bill 267. And I see Senator Alschiller. So I will open this hearing for SB 267, requiring the Commissioner of Department of Environmental Services to consider cumulative impacts analysis in rules and statutes. And I invite Senator Alschiller, who is the prime sponsor of this bill, to come and introduce it to us. Thank you for coming this morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee members. Thank you very much for your time this morning. My written remarks that I'm giving you now will be coming in. There's a copy issue happening. So thank you very much. My name is Deborah Altschuler. I represent Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Exeter, Greenland, Hampton, Hampton Falls, Northampton, Rye, and Stratham. And I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 267, which has a new title relative to the rulemaking for advanced recycling facilities. Granted, this bill has had a major change since its introduction. I would like to speak to the reason we need to do this and where we've ended up, and I put it in your hands after that. If we only knew then what we know now. I wish I knew. This would have been great to know beforehand. All statements of regret. Those are all statements uttered after a decision was made without all of the information needed to make a good decision. The repercussions from bad decisions made out of ignorance don't mitigate damage done, but hopefully they guide our future decision making. We have an opportunity right now to guide good decision making for the future of New Hampshire's air, water, and soil qualities because we have good information that we can use to be proactive in this venture. There is an emerging and untested industry in the country, which is referenced in the original bill. And we actually have a pilot program for it here in New Hampshire, and it's called Advanced Recycling, which things are often named for that which they are sort of, but not really. For instance, I live on Apple Way, and there's no apple orchards anymore. So you kind of get that. So advanced recycling. As an industrial process, it brings a broad range of toxic pollutants through a process of high heating for production of what is referred to as feedstock to be used for the production of new plastic products. What is in the plastics being repurposed include per and polyfluorinated alkali substances, PFAS, benzene, heavy metals, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons that can be present in plastic materials processed through advanced recycling. The potential for such toxic pollutants to result in air, water, and soil pollution that is harmful to the public health and the environment. New Hampshire has the unfortunate experience of dealing with widespread PFAS pollution that has resulted already in public health emergencies, closed drinking water wells, and has spurred the federal government to help bring in cleaning up the polluted areas, and we're still not done. What we didn't know when we were using PFAS-laden products, and I say what we didn't know, things like firefighting foam, was exposure to PFAS, the per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, has been linked to a range of health problems, including liver damage, thyroid problems, weakened immune systems, cancers, developmental issues, reproductive problems in the form of decreased fertility, and cancers that include liver, testicular, and kidney cancers. And that is not even an exhaustive list. We may not have known all of those things until fairly recently, But it turns out that the maker of the most commonly produced products with PFAS in them did. In fact, documents recovered show that the DuPont company's own researchers knew back in 1961 that this chemical was toxic, and then they proceeded to bury that information while producing thousands of products that have done and still do real harm to our public health and environmental safety. In 1978, 3M knew through their own studies that their employees were accumulating this toxin in their blood, and they buried this information too, while their own employees developed fatal cancers. So, the cumulative health impact of exposure to people through their environment were never addressed when companies like DuPont and 3M were permitted to do business here in New Hampshire. We know better than to leave the entirety of research of safety to the companies who have financial interests as their primary directive, not our public health. It is prudent for us to ensure public health and environmental safety and to avoid the adverse economic impacts of pollution by establishing appropriate rules that take into account the cumulative impacts of siting, manufacturing, recycling, and waste sites. None of these things exist in a vacuum, and assessing a site permit in a silo is an outdated and ineffective way to address potential damage to the communities they're located in. Cumulative impacts result when the effects of an action are added to or interact with other effects in a particular place and within a particular time. New Hampshire needs to invest in giving the Department of Environmental Services the resources they need to dedicate a staff member to researching cumulative impacts. So, will we learn from our past? Will we recognize that without strong rules and guardrails about cumulative impacts, will we expect chemical companies to protect our public health? That's like expecting Lucy to let Charlie Brown kick the football. For the health of our people and the environment of the state we love, I strongly urge the committee to recommend Senate Bill 267 ought to pass and give the Department of Environmental Services the resources they need to help us protect our public health. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. I'm interested to know if you believe that the report out date of June 30th, 2025 is an adequate time frame to produce the information that this bill seeks.
To be perfectly honest with you, that was a compromise date. I personally think it could be done sooner, but sure, June 2025. That's what was, that was the date that could get us all here.
Okay, thank you. It says June 30. Oh, the report out date. I'm sorry. You are correct, because in section 1, it says November 1st, 2025
Yeah,
is the report.
Madam Chair,
And the June 30 date is the appropriation.
Interesting.
Right,
For the
okay,
fund.
so that. means that-
Representative Bixby, go ahead.
Yeah, so, I have there were a couple of questions that I have, which are kind of related in terms of potential amendments, and they're pretty tiny. One is that our committee is in fact not listed as a recipient of the report. And it would be nice to have our committee listed as a report recipient. Would you have any objection to that?
I think that's an excellent idea, Representative Bixby.
Okay, and the second is that a report out date of November 1st allows for the Senate to write bills related to it, but that's after our bill writing deadline. So I was wondering if you might be amenable to changing it to September 1st.
Also an excellent idea. The more legislators who have opportunities to write legislation protective of our air, water, and soil adds more voices to the table. So I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Dutzy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In reviewing this bill, I went back to the original bill, which was 267 FN, not the amended version. I was surprised to see that it was 2.5 pages long and quite detailed, as opposed to the amendment that I have in front of me, which is 2 paragraphs. I also went back and looked at the testimony that came before the Senate committee and recognized that there were 130 individuals that signed in support of the original bill, and there were only 4 people that were signed in to oppose the bill. When you had a second committee meeting on it, I believe there were 55 people that signed in in support of the bill. So my question is how did we get from a quite detailed bill, 2.5 pages, to what I consider to be a neutered bill of 2 paragraphs? And I have a follow-up.
I thank you, Representative, for your question, and thank you for outlining the tremendous community support from all over the state for the original writing of 267, which also happened to have included an incredibly large number of stakeholders. As for as you described, neutering of the bill, I would say that it was assessing cumulative impacts was not necessarily a widely celebrated idea by some members of our legislature, and so we are where we are today.
Madam Chair, can I ask a
Disappointing,
follow-up?
but it is what it is.
One follow-up?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. One of the concerns that I have is basically the commissioner can move forward.
Are you in the first
should-
or the second version? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking at the amended bill.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm looking at lines 1 through 4.
Yes.
And I won't read the whole thing, but what I'm concerned about is that basically if I read that sentence, it indicates to me that it is within the commissioner's purview to decide whether or not something should be proposed. Okay, so that what guarantees does this committee have that if we pass this amendment, that anything will happen? I mean, because if I read this correctly, it's all within the commissioner's purview. Can you address that?
Thank you for the question. You have read that incredibly astutely. The commissioner does not make law. So Representative Bixby's suggestions of bringing the report to the legislature, both committees on both the House and the Senate, is I think well serves New Hampshire. I would hope that the committee would look at the original bill's statement of purpose and perhaps consider moving that into any amendments that you might write. And also your point of legislative proposals being solely from the commissioner might be a very narrow way to look at this, and that might be an amendment you would be interested in.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. Lovely to see you here today. I guess after Representative Dutzy's comments, I'd love to hear that you have confidence that this, somewhat truncated, no doubt compromise ensued bill is what you would like to see happen?
It's nice to see you too. Thank you very much, Representative Haskins. To be perfectly honest with you, what I testified to, that assessing what the cumulative impacts are on our soil, water, and air matter tremendously. They don't exist alone. Things that are put up into the air often come down and affect the soil. We breathe them. We eat food grown in that soil. We use that water to drink, to bathe, to make products, to make food. And so there is nothing that is not, oh, thank you, nothing that is not impacted by something else. And up until now, we have taken a very siloed approach to citing and assessing how something might impact, actually not even how it might impact, but how it would fit into a site permit. And we know better now. We have more information. And we have also been, I would hazard to say, lied to by some of the industries that have purposely obfuscated their own research into the ways that they are polluting and affecting our environment. And so if we don't take responsibility for assessing what those cumulative impacts may be from this site and this site and this site and how it affects our home, then shame on us. Shame on us. So cumulative impacts absolutely needs to be assessed. If this gets us part of the way there, huzzah. Is it as robust as I would have liked? No. I am also not in the majority and have the position to write amendments. So there we are.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so one getting back to the question of the commissioner being the essentially the sole person listed here as who would be recommending either rules or legislation. Is there, do you think that that Section 1 would create a report that is sufficient to allow the legislature to also make a judgment about whether there should be legislation produced, and is there some way that if this wouldn't produce a sufficient report, that we could rephrase the paragraph 1 in order to make sure that the report gave the legislature enough information?
Thank you for the question. I see where you're going with that, and I think it is the purview. This bill belongs to you now. It's yours. And if in the course of your executive session discussion that the committee feels a more robust report delivered to the legislature for the legislature's decision-making process about determination of possible rules or recommendations for rules or legislation is more appropriate, I'm not going to be making phone calls stopping that, if that's what you're asking for.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you for your introducing this bill to us today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And I am now going to call Craig Wright from DES to come and speak on this bill. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Through my years of service, I haven't been before this committee very often. Usually I'm before ST&E, but it's certainly a pleasure to be here today. So I thought what I would do is I'll introduce myself, Craig Wright. I serve as the director of the Air Resources Division at the Department of Environmental Services. Also with me today is Kathy Beam. So if you stump me, I may turn to her with some of your questions. So I thought what I'd do is just kind of describe a couple areas where in the regulatory world where we're hearing this term cumulative impact and what's being done about it. And then also give a couple of examples of what a cumulative impact analysis could be, and then certainly answer questions. So one of the first places we ever hear about cumulative impact is at our local permit hearings in communities. This is often an area that local citizens will bring up because they feel it's an area where we may not necessarily have the regulatory scheme to address everything they would like to be addressed in terms of our reviews of that process. EPA has developed under what they call environmental justice, a number of guidance memos on looking at cumulative impact. It's not very well defined at the federal level. There are no federal regulations. There's just guidance that states should try to implement it through their environmental justice programs. The CDC, Center for Disease Control, recently put out a tool they call their Environmental Justice Index. And within that system, it's an online system where you could go in, type an address, and it tries to rank 36 different environmental public health factors to come up with an assessment of what type of cumulative impact is in that community. There are a number of states across the country that are looking at cumulative impact analyses, and some are working either in their permitting processes or in their rulemaking, or actually have state statutes that require some sort of cumulative impact analysis. Some of those states around us include Massachusetts, New Jersey, Minnesota, California, and I'm sure there's a number of other states. Again, a lot of attention at the federal level, at the state level, and at also the local level. A couple quick examples of what cumulative impact analyses could be. A simple example on the air side is under RSA 125I. We have a state air toxics program where we regulate over 600 air toxics. Under that regulation and its implementing rules, EMVA 1400, we establish health-based standards for those chemicals. And what the requirements are under that rule and statute is that an individual facility would need to demonstrate that at their property boundary, through a tool we call air dispersion modeling, that they're meeting that standard at their property boundary and beyond. What the rule doesn't require is if you have two facilities located near each other, they both need to demonstrate that they meet that standard at their respective property boundaries, but it does not look at where those emissions could interact off property. So that's one easy example on a state side. A little more complicated on the air side would be what I would call a combined analysis for different air toxics. For example, again, we have a standard for, I'm going to throw out there toluene as one air toxics. We have one standard for benzene. A facility needs to demonstrate compliance with each one of those individual standards, but we do not have a mechanism for, say, what if I'm a little bit below on this one, a little bit below on that one? What's the combined impact? Right now, we do not require that analysis under the regulatory framework that we have. And the ultimate, this goal, I think the senator mentioned, is what is the potential impact of cumulative impacts on the environment in situations where you could have air emissions. You could have what's in the water and we drink the water. We could have what's in the soil and how does that impact human health as well. That would be the ultimate level of cumulative impact. I know there was some comments about this being a stripped down bare bill. I would say that this is potentially a significant change to the regulatory framework of how facilities are sited in New Hampshire. It is a very complicated science. I think that November 1 date to give the department enough time to go out and look at what is being proposed in other states, understand what they're doing, how they're making the assessment of how do you measure the individual impacts of different things and what is the cumulative effect? What is the science behind that? We would need to consult internally with our environmental health program to try to get an understanding of that. So there is a lot of work, in my opinion, that would need to go into this. Have some reservations if you move that date up. I want to make sure the department has time. I understand the concern about timing of filing legislation, though. So, so I think in the bottom line is I think the department feels we didn't request this bill. We're kind of neutral on it, But if this is the path we want to go down as a policy for the state of New Hampshire, then I think doing a scoping study makes a lot of sense. You can't go at this without a lot of foresight into what you're doing, and you need to make sure you're using good science and understanding what we're doing. I will stress that if we are to go down this path, we certainly need the staff person. I do not have the staff right now necessary to undertake this. We're extremely short-staffed as a department, and this is a whole new thing. I will say I'm the air director, but this position would be located probably in our environmental health program, which is in the air division, but it would really interact with the waste and water divisions as well. So this is a thing that we do now with our environmental health program. That's why we think that would be the right place to put this position. That's probably more detail than you need to know, but that's where we would likely do that. So, and with that, I can certainly try to answer questions.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I just wanted to clarify, thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Wright, for taking my question. You did say that currently as it stands, you are not required, if I have this correct, to study the relationship of two separate substances
Yeah.
and how they interact with one another.
Yeah. Right now, the regulatory framework of the state's air toxics regulation, which is a pretty comprehensive regulation, we look at compounds on an individual basis.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so, do you feel that that if you did not have this study, the department would have any capacity to make rules based on cumulative impacts?
I would say we need to do this study
Okay.
definitively.
My question is, do you believe, if we looked at this November 2025 date, and even we're thinking of putting that back to September 1st so that there would be some time for the House members to submit legislation, do you feel that that is an adequate amount of time to do this? I mean, it looks like you're going to need some time to hire somebody to do it and then sit down and do the actual work.
That's sorry.
So I'm just thinking, do you think perhaps we should push it out an extra year even, or what's your thought on time frame?
I think when we originally thought about this, we thought the November 1 timeframe of 2025 was sufficient to give us the opportunity, like you say, to create the position, fill the position. As you know, it's incredibly difficult to fill positions in state government. I think this would be an attractive position to somebody professionally, to be honest with you, because it's kind of cutting edge. So I think we would be able to recruit somebody. I think I'm comfortable with the November of 25 date.
Okay. Are you comfortable with a September date?
Less comfortable. But I mean, I want to make sure that we do the job correctly. I mean, in theory, September 1 of 2025, assuming we have the position created by this September, gives us 2 years.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
if you told me I had to live with it, I would make it work.
Okay. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, in terms of, I absolutely appreciate, as you're saying, how long it might take to fill a position, but I'm wondering, are there regulatory models that you know of already in neighboring states, for example, that do model for multiple compounds in interaction in the scenario that you described?
So I know the most closest state is the state of Massachusetts is currently looking at a cumulative impact analysis, but it's strictly on the air toxic side right now. They're not necessarily looking at air, water, and waste, but that's the most closest one. I think they're probably a year into their rulemaking process, and I think they plan to finish by the end of this year. So it's about a 2-year process for them.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Representative Bixby.
So, do you envision this position being there for the 2 years that that are allotted in this bill and then disappearing, or do you see this as something that would be an ongoing piece of work in the department?
I would most likely think it would be an ongoing piece of work in the department.
So follow up.
Yep.
So conceivably, we could have a report out date of September 1st, 2025, and then we could expect further reports on a sort of semi-annual or annual
Sure.
basis.
Absolutely.
And that would allow us, and then, so, the whole work may not be done by September 2025, but that may be a point at which, a few things would be recognized that, okay, we need to do legislation on this.
Yes, I would agree with that assessment.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Seeing none,
Thank you.
I now call Roger Stevenson to come and testify in support of this bill, and you requested 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Roger Stevenson. I live in Stratham, New Hampshire. I'm the Regional Director for Advocacy for the Climate and Energy Program at the Union of Concerned Scientists, an organization with 500,000 members, supporters including 2,800 here in New Hampshire. UCS supports 267 with one change to the timeline. And I'm here to tell you there is science to support Senate Bill 267. It's well known and documented that people are exposed to multiple chemicals at once, not one at a time from a single source, the way many environmental regulatory rules are written. We're exposed to pollutants by breathing, eating, and by touch with our skin. This means that there needs to be cross linkages in environmental permitting between water, air, and the soil, for example. Exposures to mixtures of chemicals versus single chemicals can produce different or worse impacts. There is a scientific approach informing how to combine qualitative data, such as information and feedback from communities, and quantitative data, such as numbers and measurements. This approach has been evolving since the 80s and provides support to implement this bill. And we would encourage, if the department were to undergo a scoping study, that members of different communities were included in that analysis on a qualitative basis. So what does this mean? Well, I think you've already heard that New Hampshire's environmental regulatory system needs to reflect these realities. Senate Bill 267 is a critical first step because right now we have a regulatory system that has not evolved to address cumulative impacts. We recommend the timeline be changed and move back a year to November 2024. We ask that the timeline for reporting and assessment be reduced. Mapping tools, ample data, examples from other states' experiences are available for the department to modify and supplement in order to report findings and propose any proposed legislation or rulemaking well before November 1st, 2025. We should not have to wait 2 years. Dr. Devin Payne Sturgis, a doctor of public health at the University of Maryland School of Public Health, specializes in cumulative environmental health risks. And he says that cumulative risks and impacts represent the biggest silent regulatory policy failure that is robbing us of our physical, cognitive, and mental health and well-being. The New School has done extensive research on the proposed and enacted cumulative impacts policies in the United States. I reference that here in my notes, and 13 states have legislation, mapping tools, and/or agency guidance documents that include consideration of cumulative impacts. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I've included 3 blog posts from a colleague, Christy Ellickson, an expert in cumulative impacts, on the last page.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you for coming to testify on this. And now I will call Nora Bosworth. Welcome, Ms. Bosworth.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Aaron and honorable committee members. My name is Nora Bosworth, and I am the relatively new zero waste staff attorney for the Conservation Law Foundation. We are here to enthusiastically support this bill. While the science behind cumulative impacts analysis or assessment can be complex, the reason for having this bill in the first place is quite simple, which is that a facility individually on its own may satisfy permitting requirements and not pose a clear risk of harm. But when multiple facilities and sources of pollution affect a community, the cumulative impacts can become quite harmful. We do, like others, urge the timeline to be a bit shorter. We would argue that the commissioner should report the findings 6 months earlier, by May 2025. And as has been stated, the agency does not have to reinvent the wheel here. New Jersey, Massachusetts, and New York have all begun or already implemented laws that have resulted in similar regulations as this agency would be looking into. And we believe that particularly because that initial report would be the first of an ongoing series of reports, it is feasible and valuable to create a shorter timeline that would result in really thoughtful legislation being on the table by September 2025. So, yep, I'm keeping it short, and I just full-heartedly support this legislation, and I urge the committee to vote ought to pass.
Any questions from the committee? Sure. Representative Murray, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we just have either an electronic copy of your statements or a copy, or is that just general notes or?
So I will be testifying later on SB 61, and I have plenty of copies, but we decided that I would only testify orally on this particular bill.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this? Thank you very much,
Thank you
Ms.
so
Bosworth.
much.
Is anybody else wish to speak on this bill, on SB 267? Seeing none, I'm looking for the blue sheet.
Yeah, 53 support and 1 neutral.
Online. So the online portal says 53 support, 1 neutral. And the blue sheet here. Thank you. You have 1 person signed up in support of SB 267. Since there's no further comment on this, I am going to close the hearing on SB 267. Thank you for coming in to testify and introduce this bill today. We are now going to take a recess or break until 12:30 when we will be hearing SB 62. So
Make one announcement real quick.
we would have one announcement real quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On SB 159, the landfill permit committee, there were 58 people online that were supportive with 0 against. I missed that last time.
Okay, sure.
That was 58 and 0?
58
Correct.
and 0. So we are going to recess for lunch and come back at 12:30 for SB 62. Thank you very much, everyone, for sitting in.
This just came in.
I will make it effective.
Okay, good, good.
Yeah.
So that's why that date, when you hear talk about like for both bodies that have an opportunity to take their own version of legislation in a much better way.
I mean, I don't know, I mean. Okay.
We don't want to talk about any of this. We don't want to talk about, we don't want to have like preliminary findings come up. We don't want to have public hearings. We don't want to have any. They're gonna write the case. None of this. They want to tamp down until
Yeah, I mean, they had wedges for doors that open in, but these all.
Right, that's still just the legislature.
Right.
Yeah. This is the buffer that they were putting, just so you know where that came from.
But the inside, yeah.
do some things, not everything we want, but, and we're concerned about how robust the process is. Yeah. We know it's hard to find an independent outside, somebody that knows about this industry that's not tied to, doesn't have a financial interest in companies. We're very interested in how this goes, but we think we could live with this if it's amended. But like everything else, it's a dogfight to get anyone to be willing to do that. I think the Dems will probably be supportive of it. Being the guy in the corner office who's fighting this.
Yeah. Are you going to testify?
Yes. Yeah. I never in a million years thought I'd be in Concord testifying for solid waste issues, but it seems like a regular thing. So the two things that, we just think conflict of interest is a concern. And the way the bill's written, it's not like we've got garbage lining up this. We've got plenty of capacity. So let's just let the study play out and let DES change the spec, and then this will. We won't wait more than that, but that's what we could accept. We'll just see how open they are to that. Well, of course, we work in the back end. We're talking to people. So we'll see. Yeah. It's a long slog. Yeah. But we're fortunate. We have a lot of people who want to tell me, I believe, a long time. Public. It's one of those things we have to just. It's a marathon.
Yeah. Yeah, do you feel? I know last session was a disheartening.
Yeah.
The energy around it was exactly good.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've learned that a lot of it isn't the merit of the bill, it's the politics behind it, and we're fighting things that we don't even understand. But I don't know why Sununu doesn't support the environmental, but I mean, he's a smart guy. I think it would be a feather in his cap to say, he's behind the speak sign unit if you're not. But he's got the waste industry, waste industry here. There's this whole live free or die, don't mess with business. But it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, we're a state, our biggest industry is people that work there, a bunch of workers that are kind of independent contractors, a lot of them out of state. So it's not like generating good jobs for people. So it's like we're putting at risk all these, the North Country, restaurants and breweries. Those are just contaminate the eminence. It's really good for this guy. It's like I don't understand. He hasn't been willing to engage, and we have to be careful about. He's got a thick skin. We don't want him to piss him off anymore.
She's not. So
We just like a little help.
this.
And, he's been very remote from this. I mean, he may have killed him 2 years ago. I think that last year. To me, it's like this shouldn't be. This is not. The more you learn, the more. Every day there's another story about how dangerous something happens. And it's not the landfill's fault. I mean, it's just what's in all the product. But they're the ones who want to build another one of these behemoth landfills. And what really pisses most of us off is this would never go in if it wasn't for out-of-state trash. If it wasn't for solving Massachusetts and now Connecticut, their solid waste problem. So we're taking all the environmental risk and we don't really get much benefit. And meanwhile, companies like yourself, it's price per ton. Well, they care what it goes. But when the shit hits the fan, there's contamination. They pull up tents and they go somewhere else and we're stuck with what's left. It's bizarre. It's taking this is like one small little, regulation we're trying to, and it's taken 5 years to turn up there. And the truth is, there's many other things in that solid waste area the Karen email and some of the work that they're doing on the solid waste, they're starting to talk about a lot of other things. The real work should be stop putting everything in a landfill. Do a better, take the food out, do composting, do a better job with their merchants, start pushing back on the manufacturers of all this plastic and crap that gets, that's where we'd like the state to be, But I mean, I don't know, the article about one inspector for 270, like, transfer stations, it's like, it's like on salt, the industry, and I don't trust them. There's a lot to be done. Hopefully, I think after a few years, a lot of the legislators want to do something. It's do they have the will to make it happen? This bill is a far cry from the design. 56 is a lot more protected, but at least this would be something that we can. Yeah. But they really, but that's about.
Yeah. Yeah.
This one is just Sarah, Sarah's part of.
We've spoken. Yeah, we've spoken on the phone. Nice to see you. Well, yeah, how's it going? Good. Are you gonna testify with me? I am. I mean, it's going. It's going, but it's not going. Hearing everyone. Yeah.
Good, we're here.
In real life. See how tall people are. Right, right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I noticed that. Usually in front of
Yes. So I only end up. Yeah.
It's like a wedding or something, like supposed to sit on that side? Yeah, right. Fix it up.
Megan,
Yes.
short answer is yes. Tons.
Awesome.
Longer answer is I have not been able to get into it yet. So my wife and my kids are in it, but I'm like still technically.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture. And it is, let's see, 12:31. We are going to get started with Senate Bill 62, our hearing relative to landowner liability under RSA 147B, the Hazardous Waste Cleanup Fund. And Senator Avard was supposed to be here this afternoon to introduce this bill, but he is not here, so we will be listening to Grant Bossy. I hope I pronounced that right, Bossy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Senator Avard sends his best. He and his appendix are having a mutual parting of the ways.
Yes.
I'm Grant Bossy from the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 62 on behalf of Senator Kevin Avard, the bill's prime sponsor. The Department of Environmental Services asked Senator Avard to bring in this bill, cleaning up a drafting error that's been sitting in statute for about a decade. This law ensures that landowners are not liable for pollution on their land caused by God, war, or somebody else. We should hold polluters responsible for their actions, but not punish innocent landowners for acts of third parties. Existing law refers to hazardous substances, but should more accurately reference hazardous waste or hazardous materials. SB 62 also replaces a few pronouns with proper nouns to prevent any confusion on who is meant by the statute. This does not change the state's liability policy. SB 62 received unanimous support of the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources and passed on the consent calendar. I would defer any questions to the department if you have them, or I can get them to Senator Avard. Senator Avard, thanks you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 62.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess, did you say you were taking questions? or not?
If you have questions for Senator Avard, I can write them down and get you an answer, but I'm
Okay.
not the right person
Does
to answer
anyone
them.
have any questions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I will now call Director Mike Wimsat from NHD. Yes. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good to see you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to be here. Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsat. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 62 this afternoon. As Mr. Bossy indicated, this was a request of the department, and of course, we support the bill, and it is really about cleaning up some language that has been in error in the statute for some time. So, as Mr. Bossy indicated, RSA 147B establishes liability provisions related to releases of hazardous waste or hazardous materials at properties. It also provides for defenses and limits on liability of landowners, particularly at 147B10A. And unfortunately, when this was drafted some time ago, the term hazardous substance was used in some places where really it should have said hazardous waste and hazardous materials. And that is what we're seeking to fix with this bill. Hazardous substance is not defined in the statute, and in fact, it has some important meanings in other state and federal laws, but it really doesn't have a place in this particular section of the law. So its use is really just misplaced here and needs correction. None of these changes, as Mr. Bossy indicated, change the meaning or the principal intent of this law, but it will serve to avoid confusion in the future application of the law. And with that, I'll leave it there and be happy to take any questions.
Great. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming to explain this to us.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on SB 62? Seeing none, yes, thank you for passing up the blue sheet.
One and one.
We had one in support and one in opposition on the online portal. And there's none on the blue sheet. So with that, I'm going to close out the hearing on SB 62. That was short and sweet. And give that to you. And in about 10 minutes, we will continue. I can't start before then. We will continue with SB 61 for the hearing at 12:45. I know. All right, we have 12:45 now, and I would like to open up the hearing on SB 61. And here today, this afternoon, to introduce the bill is Senator David Waters. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Senator David Waters, District 4, and I'm here for Senator Avard, who is not here today. And so since he and I are the co-sponsors on this legislation, I'm very happy to introduce the bill. And, you know, I'd like to walk through some of the provisions, and certainly we have DES folks here and others to address some of the technical process that's envisioned here in terms of the rulemaking that will be undertaken for the landfill setbacks. But I would like to start by just noting where we are, and that this issue is of extraordinary importance to the legislature and to the people of New Hampshire. And I do think that we have actually made a lot of progress over the last few years. We did the 10-year plan. We've got the Solid Waste Study Committee for all the source reduction work that we have to do. And we have been trying very hard over the last couple of sessions to do something about siting and setback rules. And, you know, we were all deeply involved, or most of us here, and certainly the Senate, in 1454. You made changes to that bill, we made changes to that bill, and it passed, and it got vetoed. And so what has been done since that time in both bodies, with House Bill 56, which I also co-sponsored, and this one, I've tried to understand what that process taught us and how it can move forward, because I think there's a deeply shared commitment in the Senate with you all that we've got to do something. We do have to address this issue, and so I am presenting you what is the Senate position on it. And I wanted to emphasize that kind of shared purpose here and the desire to get something done this session, because if you look through the purpose statement and a lot of the principles in this, you're going to see things that are actually very similar to what was in House Bill 56. I mean, who among us would disagree protection of perennial rivers, lakes, and coastal waters from contamination is in the public interest of the state of New Hampshire? I mean, that's why we're here. That's why we have these bills. And then starting on line 7 and 8, the purpose here is to establish site-specific setbacks. And that's, again, what we recognize as what we must do moving forward. And again, both bills have, that's basically the principles that they have started from. And, you know, certainly we know from the hard experience we've had with PFAS that we have to have all hands on deck in the legislature, and then, you know, certainly DES in developing the rules and procedures and the limits that have been developed for PFAS. It shows that we can do this. We can do this, I think, for this as well, because we know we've done it in other areas as well. Now, just to start going through a little bit of the again, the findings, do note that the hydrological investigation, that's one thing that came very clear to me through 1454. We don't have the science and sometimes understand the groundwater. I think we're pretty good on runoff, but groundwater, we don't know groundwater flows. And the issue of how far a setback should be and what is the permeability and how fast contaminants might potentially move and what are the mitigation things, all that needs to be determined by this hydrological study. But regardless, the 200-foot setback is preserved in this bill as a baseline, and then the setback from that is what this bill is about. And if you continue on to page 2, kind of setting the context of what are the most protective methods we need and how we're going to get there in rulemaking. Again, as in 56, the principle here, starting on lines 10 through 12 on page 2, that there may be design features that are needed to increase redundancy. Yes, I think there's a lot of broad agreement on that, you know, that there are new techniques and new methodologies and design features that can help out here, and we want to make sure that's part of this consideration as well. Then the approach that the Senate has taken is to do as part of rulemaking rather than preemptively setting the requirements for this, which was the methodology that was vetoed by the governor. So you'll see starting on lines 26, again, this should look quite similar to what was in House Bill 56 because it's these very categories that were being used in terms of deciding what kind of variations in the time frame might be permitted in the siting as well. So travel time of groundwater in line 27. I mean, that's very much at the heart of the bills that both of our bodies have had. And then down at the bottom of the page, again, now in the rulemaking, that statute about what are greater and more redundant protections for perennial waters. And that continues on to page 3. These, again, should look quite familiar. They're the kinds of things that House Bill 56 had as well, about the kind of redundancies and technologies that can be used there. And then getting into the procedures of then, after the rules are made, how will the department actually deal with applications? And this starts down in section 5, and the timelines there, and so forth. And then the criteria for review, starting on page 4, which, as you might expect, the criteria here hark back to those things that I've already pointed out about the bill already, about recommendations on factors and criteria, and so forth. And then I know of great interest here starts on section 6. How long is this rulemaking going to take? Can it get done in time? And what happens if applications come in during the rulemaking period? These are important issues. They've been of importance to you. They were to us. We worked hard on this in the Senate with the department to say, okay, what is a time frame that can actually work, and we can have some assurance that the rules will be done in this time frame, so there's not that trigger that if you don't do it in 2 years, then somebody can be in under their old rules. And we didn't want that. We wanted to make sure that the rules got done, and if a proposal came in during that 2-year period, it was held in abeyance and then had to be judged by these new rules. Now, the question might still be out there, will they really get it done? And I would look back to the experience we just had with the rulemaking under the 10-year plan. You know, that was a pretty hard deadline that Representative Ebell and I put in that bill in 315 to get that done, and they did it. They did it. And so you'll hear, you can ask that of the department, but the reason we went with this time frame, the reason we went with holding things in abeyance, is our sense that this can actually work. So let me continue on, if I may, to page 5. And here, again, making very clear that proposal that's come in these 2 years is held in abeyance. And then it does say that if it's not done within 24 months, the rules aren't, they can go under the old rules. I think this has to be there, but I hope that never happens. Then the last part of the section 7, this was Senate Bill 227, which I introduced in response to the recognition that we did not have good groundwater studies and hydrological information. And we decided to fold Senate Bill 227 into Senate Bill 61. And here, as you'll see, there's an appropriation of $150,000 that is made so that an independent scientist can be, consultant can come in. I will note that this is something that the state agencies do all the time. And it is, of course, important to make sure that said consultant is unbiased and can do the kind of scientifically based work that is going to inform some of the judgment there. So, Madam Chair, I'm sorry to walk through it. I know you can all read and all that, but given the importance of this issue for you, I just wanted to make it very clear how this ended up where it did. And I'd be glad to take any questions.
No, I thank you very much for your detailed introduction. It's very helpful. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Coulon. Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Senator Waters. I noticed in comparing this bill with some of the other bills that have passed through this committee, it really doesn't lay out specific kind of numbers. Do you think this will help combat legislative incrementalism in the future?
Well, thanks for your question. I think that the heart of your question is the rulemaking process, which is the legislative process. And, you know, I've been on JLCAR a number of times, probably some of you have as well. And so that, to me, is where that issue gets addressed, that it's the rulemaking. Then, and the spirit of the Senate bill is looking at what is being done in other states, that is the rulemaking process, which is the legislative process, where those really specific things will be addressed. But do note in the bill, I think it's pretty clear what the guardrails are and what the criteria are, and that's why I wanted to go through them, because they're kind of like what was in 454 and 56 actually. You know, to say that these are the things on which the rules will be made, and that's where the real specifics will come in. Does that answer your question, kind of, or?
Yeah, good enough.
All right.
Thank you.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So as we discussed in detail when we heard HB 56, right, we're talking about a 30-year-old kind of process at this point, looking at the rules that are currently in place. So, and we're looking at 24 months in order to conduct this process of looking into new rules. You may not be the best person to ask this question, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you have a sense of what it is more that we need to be looking for? I mean, what are the outstanding scientific issues that the past 30 years have not educated us on? And what's an extra 2 years going to do in terms of providing great revelations about what this process is supposed to be?
Well, thanks. And I know the department will talk about that, but here's my take on it. Had anybody even heard of PFAS 30 years ago? Had anybody even heard of cumulative effects 30 years ago? Did we have the kind of technologies we have now for double and triple lining and wells to be drilled and trying to determine permeability and so on? A lot has changed both in our sense of the necessity of having rules that are adequate to deal with the actual materials that are there, and you know, and provide the kind of protections that we need. So I think that there's a lot to be said. And I again will look to the example of the rulemaking that was around the 10-year plan. The bill was not all that complicated, but it said make the rules on various things, and the rules are extensive. Now the rule process, if they come into JLCAR and folks think that you really didn't get it or you didn't cover everything, that's another legislative opportunity to make sure we get it right.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I guess my question then is, given all of those technological advancements, what we know now that we didn't know then, do you have a sense of why it is that our rules have not kept pace with, you know, why are we at this point? Because it seems to me that all of those developments are new, but they're not brand new. So why have they not already been incorporated, and what is 24 months going to do that the past, say, 10 years hasn't?
Well, thanks for the question. And, you know, I think solid waste really emerged over the last 10, 12 years as a much more significant issue for all the New England states, let alone across the country. And I think we came to recognize that business as usual, both in trying to have waste reduction and then also dealing with the new and dangerous potentials, chemical leaks. I mean, who knew, you know, 30, 40 years about Coakley? Who knew? Right? Now we know. So I think I have real confidence that we will be informed, and we will create good rules. And why? I mean, I've been around for 14 years, so I guess I got to blame myself a little bit. But you know, I'm glad now we're going to address it.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. Representative Bixby.
So one aspect of department rules is that they get retired on a particular schedule. And is it correct that the siting rules for landfills are going to expire in 2024, in July of 2024?
You know, we had some legislation about this last year. I don't remember, but I asked the department on that.
Okay, thanks.
And I will say my own legislative take on it is that if rules expire, that they can ask for them to be a continuance in JLCAR, which I think would be appropriate under here. And the safety in this bill is that, let's say those rules are continued. We have said that anything that comes in under those rules will have to be reevaluated when these rules are done.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm concerned about is the 24 months, and I have seen DES effectively complete rules within on a fairly tight schedule. I have also seen them miss rules by about 6 years and need to be further prodded. So I am really worried about the idea that if these rules are not completed within 24 months, that the rules then automatically go back to what we have now, which we know there are some problems with. Would you see what would your take be on amending the bill so that there's still a 24-month deadline, but the result of missing that deadline is not going back to the old rules?
Well, thanks for your question. And, in general, Madam Chair, we understand the Senate doesn't always get it perfect or even right. And if there are some things that could still garner the support of the Senate and the governor and others that make some sense, I will note in that, we talked a lot about the 24 and what time would be needed. And one thing that I felt at that time and discussed in our executive session a little bit was that, this gives us another legislative session that if we see the rules are not happening or there's some uncertainty about it, we can put we can raise the hammer and put it down pretty hard next session. So I hear you. I was really worried about the 10-year solid waste planning, whether those rules get done, and by God they did it. But it's as important for us to keep on it as a legislature, and we ultimately have the power to pass another bill.
Good point. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for the work that went into this bill. I confess that I'm disappointed that 56 didn't make it. It was a good bill, and I'm hoping that we can make 61 even better. I'm concerned about the reversion to the old rule, just as Representative Bixby said. I think we need to tighten that language so that it's really clear that we can't go back to that. The 30-year-old rule isn't good enough for what we now know, and we can do better. So I think, we can look forward to amending the language that way. I'm concerned about protection. I think this is the most important bill that I have been asked to weigh in on in my first term in the legislature. I have some experience dealing with industry on the seacoast, and I know that we need independence. We need our government to be responsible to its citizens. So I'm going to be looking for ways that we can increase what might look like adequate protection to ample or better protection, the best that we can make it. So when you said you hope it never happens, I think we have to ensure that if it does, we have a contingency in place. But I do thank you for the work that went into it.
Well, thank you for your comments. And, I think that implicit there are some questions you're going to be asking the folks from DES.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Senator Waters? Representative Dotsie.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have to say, when I read this bill, I found it to be a head scratcher. Okay. Probably 30 to 40 years ago, there was a company called W.R. Grace in Woburn, Massachusetts, that had polluted the water, the groundwater in Woburn seriously. There were a lot of cancer clusters there, and a huge amount of geological geohydrology was done to understand the groundwater and how those toxins were dispersed in that area. So we already, and I don't think that water movement changes that much over 40 years. Okay, I mean, maybe the way we detect it and maybe we're a little bit more sophisticated, but water moves where water wants to move, and that's happened. We already had a bill 56 that looked at the hydrogeology and came up with recommendations, and we could get working on it right away. So I'm really questioning why, if we have at least 40 years of data, and we know how water moves, and we had a bill that addressed this, why we're kicking the can down the road 2 more years.
Thanks for the question. And I think that I disagree, and this is why I put Senate Bill 227 in, which got incorporated here, in the statement that we know how water moves. Yeah, I mean, we know how water moves. It seeks the lowest level. But we do not know in particular sites, particularly one in the North Country, which is much the subject of a lot of concerns, exactly what the groundwater does when you get deep down under there. And I think that that's where, when the idea is site specific, is we want to make sure we know how the water is flowing at that site. And I was not convinced that we really did and that we needed to know. So I think this bill is a twofer. Yes, when you're evaluating the application, there is a hydrological assessment at that time. But this gives a tool to DES and some funding to do studies of hydrogeology and groundwater that can help inform them scientifically so they're prepared for what might be the site specific. So that would be my difference here, is that I don't think we really do know. And if we're going to have site specific, we better really know about that site, about where the groundwater might go and how fast it might get there. And I'm just not convinced we really actually know that. So.
Any other questions for Senator Waters?
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, for
Sorry.
me, I think this is a really good bill. And I thank you and your committee for working on it and putting the time and effort and thought into it as well.
Thank you very much. And obviously Senator Avard will be back and I'm around for any questions, but you'll get the real facts are probably people behind us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. One question from Representative Potenza.
So I just have a question about, you're saying that these rules in section 3 and 4 will be interpreted by J.L. Carr. When would that happen? So let's just say that this passes. What's that process? I know we have a deadline saying when they have to have it done by, which, so
Yeah.
what does this look like?
Thanks for the question. And, DES will be able to tell you in terms of this specific rulemaking, what a timeline will look like. But in general, what happens is the department either has rule renewal or a bill like this asks them to make rules under 541A, and then they work on the rules, they do the scientific work and all the staff work they have to do, and consultants maybe sometimes, and they bring that then to get on the agenda for GELCAR. And then the GELCAR process is that the GELCAR attorneys work on the rules to make sure they comply legally with requirements and rules and so on and so forth. And then they are brought to GELCAR, and GELCAR has public hearing, and then it can decide to accept, ask for revision or reject rules, and then the department can bring them back in. But that process is kind of laid out under GELCAR. It's very thorough.
Yeah, follow up.
Follow
Yeah, I'm
up.
familiar with the GELCAR process.
Okay,
I
well,
just
sorry.
feel as if all of the work that's been done on this, which I'm new on this committee, so there's been a lot of work, and the subject has been, there's a lot of representatives that are here that have done a lot of work on this. So, and that have been waiting for this for a long time. It's just JLCAR is operating within its own. So what experts are they using? You're saying that outside people are coming in to do all of that, to setting these rules. So because they're not arbitrary, but it's really not coming back to the committee that's really been working on this in the House. They're going to make a decision.
Well, thanks for the question. And, GELCAR is it's a legislative committee. And I don't know if any members on this committee are on it, but it's a large legislative committee of House and Senate members. And
5 and 5, yep.
yeah, and so it is a legislative committee, and you can ask particularly about what the expectations are from DES about the process of rulemaking, when they're going to get the DES, what they're going to do the rulemaking here. But that's why we did the 2 years, because originally we were thinking of a tighter timeline, and we were told by DES, we can't do this right unless we have but we are confident in the 2 years. So that's why that timeline is in here. But do ask them about their what they imagine the process here of this rulemaking will be.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Just a little clarification in terms of GELCAR. There are two ways that this committee could potentially have input. One is that a member of GELCAR might see rules coming up related to this bill and consult with us because they know that we went through the process with this bill. And the other is that the Speaker's office is now publishing on a biweekly basis the rules that are coming up before GELCAR. So we will be alerted to when these rules are going to be considered, and we can approach members of GELCAR and provide input.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator
you.
Waters. The next person I'd like to call up, Director Wimsatt from New Hampshire DES. I don't know. I don't think so.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Waste Management Division. And forgive me, I did not put it on the card, but joining me today is our Assistant Commissioner, Mark Sanborn. And I appreciate the opportunity to come and testify on Senate Bill 61. The department does support this bill. The bill would amend, and it's hard to improve on Senator Waters' very thorough introduction of the bill, but as stated, it amends RSA 149M to direct the agency to adopt rules that establish criteria for setting site-specific surface water setbacks for landfills. And of course, it also directs us to contract for an outside party, a qualified contractor, to assess our current rules and make any recommendations for changes or improvements to those rules. As this committee knows perhaps better than anyone, this issue has been a topic of great interest for the general court and for the public for a number of years now. And we believe that this bill is going to be an effective way of addressing the topic, and we support it. Essentially, as Senator Waters indicated, we're to consider in our rulemaking hydrogeologic characteristics and conditions that specific to a site, and describe how those will be used to determine what an appropriate site-specific setback might be for a landfill. We're also to consider certain beyond compliance, if you will, or additional technologies that could be applied at a given site that might influence what would be considered a safe setback distance for that site. But importantly, this report that we're to contract for will really bring in a third-party contractor to really take an eyes-open look at our current regulations. Probably look at, we would anticipate them also reviewing neighboring states' regulations, and basically review that and make recommendations for where they might see our current rules lacking and how they might be improved upon. So what we anticipate has been discussed is that there's a 24-month period from passage of the bill. That's a target date for this rulemaking. We have every anticipation and expectation that we will meet that target deadline. And what we would do is we would immediately work to get, if the bill were to pass, immediately get a contracting process going, get a contractor on board with an expectation that the report from that contractor would come in the fall of '24. and that would help to inform our rulemaking process, which we would, then early in 25, we would anticipate filing an initial proposal for rulemaking, which would put us on a trajectory to have rules finalized by the summer of 25, which would be that 24-month period. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Assistant Commissioner.
Thanks, Mike. Afternoon, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity. I've been asked to clarify the department's position on a couple amendments, et cetera, so I'll just quickly do that. The director already mentioned one.
Mr. Sanborn, we have no amendments at this time.
I may clarify a few points. How's that?
Okay.
Just some positions of the department regarding this bill.
Okay, but we have no amendments on the,
Yeah,
this committee has no amendments on this bill at this time.
Understood, Madam Chair. Just let me just make a few broad, general points about the position of the department. The director already mentioned one. We intend the scope to include neighboring states and a review of that. When the study is published, we're very open to public comments and reactions to those, and plus there will be opportunity during the rulemaking for any public comments. And we will ensure there's no conflict of interest, and there are provisions in the contract to make sure there won't be conflicts of interest down the line. On the issue of the potential of not having a 24-month time period and that being removed and it being open-ended, the department does have concerns with that potential. That could artificially prolong the rulemaking process in a way that we don't feel would be beneficial. So we want to build a path. This has been going on for multiple sessions, and we're ready to move on with the rulemaking. SB 61, as currently amended, the version in front of you, the department can support, and I have every confidence and expectation that it would make it through and be signed into law. Any changes to it puts that in danger. So I just throw that out to you. We want to see something pass. The version in front of you, I know can happen. Any changes to it, I fear, would derail that, and we'd end up with another session with no direction forward.
So I have a question for you or for Director Wimsatt with regard to the RFP process. And what mechanisms do you have in your RFP process? Maybe you can describe the process to us, which will ensure that there's no conflict of interest in any third party that you would employ to do this study.
So I'm going to let the director run through what we'll use for RFP. Just remember to include, we're going to take public comments on scope.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So what we anticipate is that, we do a fair amount of solicitations for contractors, often on a qualifications-based selection process for engineering and hydrogeologists. We hire a number of contractors. We have them on board at any given time for that kind of work. So we would anticipate following a similar process where we put out a request for proposals that would provide responsive parties to provide their summary of their qualifications and a proposal for completing the work as described in the bill or in the law. And then based on that, we would likely put together a panel of DES staff who would then, to the extent we have a large number of applicants, we would narrow down to, based on the qualifications packages and proposals, a certain number that we would interview, and then we would interview them and then make a selection based on that process. And we would anticipate that, as has always been the case, we deal with, when we're hiring contractors, we always have to be concerned about conflict of interest. When we normally are, letting a contract, it may be for a specific project, in which case we would evaluate conflicts specific to that project right at the outset. Or many of the contracts we let are broad contracts, which we don't necessarily even know what the projects will be. So once they're on board, we will generally vet those when we're trying to select which contractor will do a particular job. We would evaluate potential conflicts of interest during that process. For this one, we know what the topic is, so we would be able to evaluate that on the front end, and we would anticipate that that would be, we would expect them to address the question of any potential conflicts in their proposals, and then the interview process, we'd be able to explore that if we have any concerns about it, and then we can make a decision on a selection based on that information.
So we're going to get public comments on the scope.
Yes, I would note that as the bill is constructed right now, when we put together a draft request for proposals, that draft RFP would go out for public comment before we actually issue it. So there would be an opportunity for the public to comment on the content of that request for proposals.
And then what would you do with the comment when you receive it?
We would consider those comments, and as we do often with comments, we may amend the document to reflect and address those comments.
Thank you. Any questions, Representative Creighton? Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. As I look at page 5 under line 7, it has you going back. If a contract is not done in 24 months, those projects that were held in abeyance then go back to current rules. To me, I mean, I always like to, going into a contract, understand that it's going to be completed in the time, and that if it's not, then there's consequences. Well, this says there's no consequences if it's not done, and so what's the assurance that this will be done in 24 months?
Well,
Or did I read that wrong?
Sure, that's a great question. What I can assure you is that the importance and the value of this work on the part of the general court and the public is not at all lost on the agency. We will do everything in our power to make sure that we get the contract let promptly and get the report promptly, and that we then undertake, and we will be concurrently working on our rulemaking and basically a format for that, with the idea that it could be that it will be informed by the report once it's available, and then we'll make sure that we have an initial proposal for rulemaking, which is the first official step in rulemaking, filed early in 25, so that we'll be on a trajectory to have those rules completed by the summer of 25.
For follow-up? Yeah.
Follow-up, yeah.
Yeah, and so under that line 7, then, is there a reason that that has to be in the bill? You see what I'm talking about?
Oh, you mean with respect to what happens if the rules are not made,
If
right? I think that's in there because I mean, this bill represents, I've described it as basically a boat that everybody could get on. It was a bill that was intended to have the support of all the parties who have an interest in this. And I think that parties who might be interested in filing a permit application don't want a completely open-ended process whereby they might never have an opportunity to have their permit application reviewed and decided on under the rules. So I think it represents a compromise of the parties to get language that everybody could get behind. I mean, very candidly, I think that's what it represents.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
I just want to quickly add, a part of the way this bill is written is there's some level of trust and faith that DES is going to be able to do our job. And believe me, we were the ones who proposed to the folks involved that we could do this in 24 months. If we didn't think we could do it, we know we know how scrutinized this process will be, how much everyone has put into this. So we are going to do everything to do. We're going to move process concurrently where we can. We are going to meet the 24 months. So, and that's the only balance to being able to get folks who come from different perspectives on this. A timeline is necessary because an open-ended just won't work for the other side.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question, and thank you, both of you, for taking my question. I did have a question again about RFP. In the event that you get one or have trouble even getting folks to bid, let's say that would happen, what would the other process be if you don't have a large pool of applicants?
Well, we think that there is a relatively large pool of applicants in the region who would be qualified to do this kind of work. So we don't anticipate having a terribly small pool of applicants. But our expectation is as long as we have responsive applicants, whatever number that is, that we believe are qualified, we will interview and make a selection.
Thank you.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to clarify something. I was confused by Mr. Sanborn's comments that a certain amendment or alteration would put the bill in danger. And I want to understand that my role, I believe our role, is to make law and then do the very best we can to be responsible to our constituents, and then give it to you folks to do the rulemaking. So we will do our job without fear or favor. And I wanted to make sure that was understood.
Sure. My comment was based on the fact I am very confident that this could go all the way through, including having the governor support the bill as written and as amended, the current version of the bill. Any alteration of that, and I am concerned that, and have been authorized to let folks know that it concerned that it could make it all the way through this process.
And with respect, sir, that's not my concern.
Oh, no, it doesn't have to be. I'm just here to let folks know. We have gone through this process over the last couple of months where we have been, given the fact of how close the bill came last session, a bill came and it ended up being vetoed by the governor and not moving forward. We have been asked to be as clear as possible about what we believe is a bill DES can support and something that can have the support all the way so it can become law. And so we are being as transparent as possible every time we get up about what we believe has the possibility of successfully making it through the whole process. And I am confident the current version of the bill would be able to do that. Amendments at this point would be a challenge to be able to see something successfully happen this session.
Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what is, if this bill does not pass, then how will, so I believe that the current rules expire in July 2024. So how will DES deal with the rulemaking on this if this bill does not pass?
Thanks for the question. So you're correct. The solid waste rules as a group, and they are 1.5 inches thick, with about 21 chapters, do expire on July 1 of 2024. We have embarked on a rulemaking plan that includes taking a few chapters at a time. One of those chapters is Chapter 800. Chapter 800 is the chapter that governs how we permit and regulate landfills. So it contains a lot more than just citing criteria and citing information. So we actually already had a listening session on that chapter early in March. We had a public comment period and we received some comments. It was very well attended. We had about 70 participants on a remote listening session. And we also presented at the beginning of that listening session some ideas we had for changes to the chapter. And we are working on those rules now, understanding that this bill is in play right now. We have said, and we said during that listening session, that we will be working on potential, on proposed amendments to 800, but we will not address the topic of setbacks until we know whether this bill if this bill is to pass. The rules still expire in July of 24, so we will adopt the rules as they're currently are with any changes that we make. The citing criteria would, at least with respect to surface water, would largely remain the same. And then we go ahead and get them through the rulemaking process, get them passed, and make sure that we have a rule. Because if we let them expire and we don't do anything, we don't have a rule anymore. So we don't have rules that govern how we regulate landfills, and that's not an acceptable situation to us. So we will have rules renewed by July of 24. Then if the bill does pass, then we will be concurrently working on the specific rulemaking to address surface water setbacks consistent with the language in the bill. And then we would amend Chapter 800 again by July or by the summer of 25, by that 24-month period. If the bill doesn't pass, then we could certainly look at potential changes to the rule in the absence of the bill, and would be at liberty to do that at any time. We can always propose rulemaking and go through the rulemaking process that's been discussed here.
The only thing I'll add is the reason we're supportive of this is we think this would lead to a better process for these parts of our rules. But if nothing happens, we'll just move, it'll be included in the overall update that we're in the process of going through.
Representative Howard.
This question is, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for answering my question. This question is not a reflection of our trust in your ability to complete the requirements of the bill, but doesn't the reversion to the old rules in effect make it open-ended?
Thank you for the, if I understand your question, I think I used the term open-ended, meaning that from an applicant's perspective, they could be in a situation where they would not have any idea when they were going to get a decision. So no, if it went to the current rules, then it is clear when then they would get a decision.
Can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
I guess that's my question is if you had applicants in the queue who were waiting for the outcomes of the rules and you did not meet that 2-year rule, would you still consider applications under the old rules?
The way I understand the bill, if we fail to meet that 24-month target and we already have an application that's come before us, what the bill, let's say we got an application tomorrow and this bill were to pass, then the direction that the agency has given under this bill is that we process that application the way we always would, which means we do a completeness determination. And once it's determined complete, we do a full technical review. We have a public hearing, and then we would be prepared to render a decision on the application. Under the provisions of this bill, we would hold that decision in abeyance until the rules are completed, and then the applicant would be directed to file supplementary information to their application to demonstrate how the application meets the newly adopted citing rule, and then we would proceed to issuing a decision on the application. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bottom line is what Mike's describing. You know, we understand the mandate of this legislation is to update this rule, and we wouldn't move forward with an application even if we hit 26 months until the new rule is in and have it applied to the application.
Representative Germana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to kind of underscore a point that Representative Haskins made, and to also speak for myself and say it's frustrating to have it suggested that the bill we're presented with is a take it or leave it option. That's not how the legislative process is intended to work. And if I follow that up with how would the suggestion that the Representative Creighton made, which makes sense to me, which is the elimination of that part of line 7, which is the reversion to older rules, how does that how would that alter this bill in a way that would make it so objectionable that it would no longer get the governor's signature, supposedly?
So let me answer the first one on the right. Listen, it is not my intent to back anyone in the corner. It is only my intent to be, given the way the last session ended and how the veto came into play, we were asked by folks to be as crystal clear as possible during the process to be clear about what we thought could eventually be successful and make it all the way through. So that is all I am trying to do, is to be as honest as possible about what we have been told about it works for everyone involved in this process. That is it. You all have to do your job. I respect that. And I respect you all need to decide what is in the best interest of your constituents in the state. I am only here to be as transparent as possible about what would happen later on in the process, depending on how it turns out. That is my only goal.
So I have a question now.
Yeah.
Um,
He had, the
There was the
representative
second
had a
half.
second question about the elimination of the language.
okay.
Um,
Why don't you finish that, and then I have a question.
can you, the
I'm sorry, can you repeat the?
But just,
eliminate,
yeah, how eliminating the part that says we revert to the old rule and I take, I think you guys do a great job and I assume it will be done in 24 months. It's another reason why I don't think we need to have this statement that it's going to revert to the old rules because you'll have it done. But how would the removal of that make this objectionable to the point where it might not pass?
I think it goes to that issue where there are a lot of parties with opposing interests here that are on board with this bill as it's drafted, and one or more of those may walk if that's changed. That's all I can offer.
Okay, thank you very much.
So my question is, I've seen in the past, especially with DES, and I know that there were rules regarding another bill that I was working on having to do with grease traps in DES. And rules are currently being drafted for that. And the way I was left to understand is that anybody who was in the situation that required a grease trap would be evaluated as if those new rules were already adopted. Why is that not an option here? That if you already know what those new rules are, but you're still going through the administrative process of putting them through JAILCAR, that you cannot apply those until those rules are set in stone.
I think that's a legal question. I will offer an answer. I don't know the specifics of that particular situation. I'm going to guess what the agency said was rather than put a party who is going to be regulated by an expected oncoming rule in a position where they weren't going to be compliant, that they would, approach their application review to make sure that not only they meet the current requirements, but they meet the new requirements that are anticipated. It's another question entirely to say whether the agency could legally enforce that. So, if someone said, I want this grease trap under the current rules and I'm going to operate it until things change that way, I don't think there'd be much we could say. I mean, I think I'm pretty confident that there are lots of folks in the legislature who would be very upset with DES if we started enforcing rules that weren't rules yet. And that's what I think you've just described.
Okay, fair enough.
And one other thing I want to add, because as the director said, if this bill doesn't pass and nothing passes this session, we'll just incorporate this in the overall rule making process we are undertaking. After last session, we started to talk to the stakeholders about something. How could we put a piece of legislation together that offered more transparency to the process? We're aware there's some folks who are concerned about DES and the relationship we have with some of the folks we regulate and that interaction. So this was actually an attempt to increase the transparency of the process, to have a third party that would get public comments about the scope of what that would look at, of bringing in other data and information, to have a more thorough process than just the traditional rulemaking process. So the reason we brought this forward was we wanted to increase the credibility of the process, and we wanted to increase the transparency, and we wanted to increase the amount of information that could be gathered and the opportunity folks to consume that information, comment on it, and have their opinion be heard. So the irony is this legislation was thought to actually be a win and give confidence to the folks who have concerns about landfills and how they're sited. So just a little more larger background on why we're doing this way instead of not just going right to rulemaking. This adds layers and opportunity for interaction with the public. It adds layers and of information, and we would hope that would mean it would turn out for a better product for all of us, including the department.
Thank you. Representative Potenza. and then Representative Dotsie.
Thank you for taking my question. So on page 5, I don't understand why the whole line 3 there, if the department does not, that whole thing should be removed. Based upon what you just said in regards with transparency, we say on the page before it has to be done in 24 months. We're saying something has to be done. It's great. We're all about this. It doesn't make sense. That whole paragraph should be removed. We shouldn't have a what if. I know there's other people that have commented on this. It doesn't need to be there.
I don't want to be obtuse, but I'm not sure there's a question. I'm happy to answer a question, but
Why are you saying that has to be there? You're saying it on the page before, it has to be completed in 24 months. And also number 7 has to happen first. The whole 150,000, that all has to happen first. Okay, so nothing's going to rules or JLCAR until the number 7's done. So I just don't understand why we're saying it's like, to me, it's like setting it up to fail. I just feel as if we're saying it has to be done in 24 months. On, June 30th, 2023, we're going to do take in the RFPs for the 150,000. I don't understand why we can't remove that. Tell me why we can't remove that.
I think it goes to this. I think it's the same answer that I gave Representative Germana. I think it's that there are parties who won't support that. And
Yeah, sure.
But what parties? The other gentleman said, he talked about his stakeholders. Who are these parties? Who are these stakeholders? I'd like to know.
Yeah. I mean, our role as DES is to bring forward what we think, answer questions about what we think would work best for our process. And so we contributed to the process from the perspective of DES. As I said, at the end of the last session, we were criticized for not being more transparent about what we thought could and couldn't be successfully make it all the way through the process. So I am all, and this isn't Mike, this is all I was here to do today was to let folks know that the version of this bill that's in front has the support needed to make it all the way through the process. If this is amended, it'll be up to the Senate whether they want to pass the other version, and it'll be up to the governor whatever version gets to his desk if he's going to sign it or not. I was simply saying this is a version of the bill and a process that DS can support. We're publicly saying we can support that, and we're publicly saying we believe it would have the broad-based support it would need it to be able to come to law. If you all feel that something else needs to happen to the bill, the process will continue. We'll make our comments on the updated version of the bill, and we'll see how the process plays itself out.
Okay. Representative Dotsie.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Representative Pertenza kind of hit on my question, but we know that our stakeholders are our constituents as legislators, and they want clean water. Okay. You have used the word stakeholder a number of times, and in, for transparency reasons, is it possible for you to talk about who your stakeholders are?
Sure.
Because from what I see, there's only one stakeholder that has any power at all, and that's the governor. So if there are stakeholders in this process, there must be other people that are applying pressure. So it would be really nice to know who they are.
Yeah, I mean, I was nominated by the governor, so I mean, he is my boss. So, so that as a part of it, of course, he's one of my stakeholders and one of the department stakeholders. He is the chief executive officer of the state government, and we work together on legislation. We get his advice on the policy he'd like to see come out of legislation, and he gets our advice on the technical impacts and our thoughts on the policy. So we work with the governor to make sure we're moving forward with policy that is going to work for the executive branch. But our stakeholders include the state legislature, the executive council, the residents of the state, the businesses of the state, the communities we regulate. While we are the regulators, we find it that having an approach of cooperation and communication leads to better outcomes for all involved. So we work for the entire state of New Hampshire, its residents, its businesses, and we work with all the elected officials of the state government, our sister agencies, and the other state employees. So everyone is our stakeholder. Yes, again, my only goal is it's a lose-lose situation. Last time we weren't as clear about what could pass and what could ultimately make it through the process and what we supported. So all we are trying to do is be more clear about that. And that's to say, we think I am confident this piece of legislation is something the department can support and voice their support on. And it is something that I believe has a balance that can make it all the way through the process. If it changes, then the process will continue to work itself out. And we're just one part of that and one voice in all of that. And we'll continue to be as transparent as possible about what we think will lead to a good rulemaking process and what won't.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'd like to shift things a little bit. There was a question earlier about the conflicts of interest and how those are dealt with, and was wondering, is there something that is currently in department rules or in the statutes that govern the department that lay out how conflicts of interest are assessed and dealt with?
So this is what I think I can commit to. We will work with the Attorney General's office, and we have template language for RFPs, and then we have the ability to add in. We will work with the Attorney General's office on crafting conflict of interest language that'll go into the RFP. As we stated earlier, that RFP is going to have public comment. If the language isn't sufficient, we will take all the comments related to that and amend appropriately, as long as we get approval from the Attorney General's office that it's language we can legally move forward with.
Thank you.
What other points along the way is public comment rather, accepted and dealt with?
So official public comment periods, there will be one when we have a draft ready of the RFP that we will put out for public comment period. And then the next time for official public comment period will be during the rulemaking process. There's built into it a public comment period. That being said, again, back to the who do we work for? We take input every day. As if along the way, folks have concerns about how things are progressing, we are open. Our door is always open, and we will work with anyone to ensure that and address any concerns they have and shift something if the points they make is going to lead to a better process and a better result.
So you've identified 2 points.
There's 2 official. Within this,
Within the bill.
there'd be 2 official public comment periods.
Okay.
There'd be one when the RFP draft is ready and we get public comment period on that, and then during the rulemaking process, there's an official public comment period as part of that process.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was reading that bill right myself, so
Sure.
I didn't want to miss any other point of public comment. Any other questions? Representative Haskins.
Director Wimsatt, so my question now is, what point along the process would the legislature be apprised of where you are in your process?
Well, as has been discussed during the rulemaking process, the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules has a key role in that. When we file our initial proposal, that's filed with the Office of Legislative Services and shared with the members of the committee. The office often gives us input very early on to the initial proposal. We work with them to make sure we get things right, and then we go to public hearing, and then our own public hearing for the rules. And then following that, as we get ready to file a final proposal, that final proposal gets reviewed by OLS and the committee, and then there's a hearing before the committee. So we get that's the key sort of built-in times when we get information or when we get input from the legislature. Certainly, this will be a completely public process. The RP will be out for public comment. We'll take comments on that. We'll do that, and then when that contractor is selected and they're doing their work, we will get a final report. There's no built-in public comment period following the final report issuance, and that is largely because we need to be getting our work underway at that time, or at least we'll already be underway, but we'll need to be looking at the content of that final report to see how it should inform our rulemaking. But it'll be a public document as soon as it's released to us, and at that point, the public would certainly be at liberty to share any thoughts they have about the report, and we would certainly be in a position to consider those as we continue drafting the rules.
So I know you directed the question to Director, but I'll make this offer on a number of other issues and projects and follow up on legislation. We do monthly update calls, etc. If it was of interest, we would be happy to make part of this process a monthly update call to the legislators who are interested in this and any other stakeholder who's interested in this. So we could have a consistent, regular update about the progress we're making, especially since, as Senator Waters pointed out, part of what is built in all of this is there is another session, and if there were concerns, they could be addressed then. So we are again, our goal is for everyone to feel they had every opportunity to have their voice heard as part of whatever process we come up with. And I am happy to offer on behalf of the department a willingness to do, a monthly call update with the legislators who are interested in it, to update on the progress we're making, and take feedback from their perspective.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to sort of clarify, initially you said legislators and public entities, just legislators or everybody?
We're a public body, so we are. What we do is open to all members of the public. So if you all wanted a specific one for you all, that's fine. If other legislators asked us to do to do an update call as well, other stakeholders, we'd be happy to do that. With highly sensitive projects and issues where there's a lot of public interest, we do all we can to make ourselves available as possible, so folks know what is happening and the progress that is being made. So happy to make it however works for the requester.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Germana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Director Wimsatt, following the public input portion of the process, will there be a time when the department will respond to, as I think is often the case with federal kind of public input sessions, you'll respond to some of the public's, like, how is the public going to know that you have listened to them? Because this is a question about stakeholders. It's one thing to hear what the public has to say. It's another thing to demonstrate that you've heard what they have to say and that it is in fact informing your process. So is there an opportunity to let the public know you've heard them?
Sure. So I don't think that the bill as drafted requires specifically that a response to public comments be issued. And that's actually not necessarily, it's required for some of our permitting programs and not for others. In our solid waste permitting program, those who are familiar with our solid waste permit decisions will know that we actually issue a pretty detailed and lengthy response to public comments. I'm not sure we would propose to do that here just because it takes a lot of work to do that. And we want to be focusing our attention on reviewing those comments, appropriately incorporating them into the final RFP, and getting the RFP out the door so that the study begins.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for Director Wimsatt? Nope. Thank you, and
Thank you.
appreciate your time. Representative Wendy Thomas, Town of Merrimack.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Wendy Thomas. I represent the town of Merrimack, and who doggy, that was an act to follow. Whew. So I'm here to talk about Senate Bill 61, which is a good bill, but it needs a few tweaks. And I'm going to start off with some advice that my dad gave me when I signed my first contract. He said, never take anyone's word that things will just that things will just happen. Be sure to have it in writing. I'm going to tell you about why we need to strengthen guardrails in this bill when it comes to the health of New Hampshire residents and our environment, specifically as it applies to PFAS. Consider this a cautionary tale if we get this bill wrong. As you know, PFAS is called a forever chemical, and the reason it's called a forever chemical is it does not break down. PFAS is found in burger wrappers, pizza boxes, dental floss, discarded clothing, old pots and pans, exactly what you find in a landfill. You will hear from others about why some changes to this bill are needed and they're so important. But I'm going to start with my story. In 2016, I heard about PFAS in our town. We had a corporate, commercial industry in our town that was contaminating our water. Initially, the state, DES, told us that only the residents that were within a half mile of this corporation needed to be concerned about their water. After doing a little bit of testing, they said, "Our bad. It's really the people that live within a mile of this corporation that need to be concerned." I live 3 miles from Saint-Gobain. I had our private well tested, and it tested so high we had to shut down our well immediately. I have 6 children. They had been drinking contaminated water their entire lives. We put in a whole house filtration system with reverse osmosis at a cost of about $5,000, and it costs $500 a year to maintain the filters for this system. All of the water that we currently drink and cook with comes from bottled water. We do not use the water from our house. In 2021, we had our well tested again, and the numbers were even higher than they were in 2016. All 6 of my children have medical conditions that are associated with PFAS. Kids, well, they're adults, young adults. They have cardiac issues. They have autoimmune issues. They have high cholesterol issues. They have skin rashes. My husband had a quadruple bypass in 2019 at age 55. That's associated with PFAS. I recently put down my 4th small dog due to cancer. My doctors believe that my cancer is from, quote, environmental toxins, because there is no code for PFAS poisoning. Saint-Gobain has said that they will hook our house up to public water. They've given us a time frame of 7 to 9 years. We cannot downsize our house. Who's going to buy a house that has no water? I've told all of my kids to move away from Merrimack. PFAS in our water has cost us a lot of money, aggravation, and heartache. And now there appears to be no end in sight as it continues to this day. We can't stop it. We are getting no help. So listen to the proposed changes to this bill. We have a chance to get this right and protect people's and animals' health. This is literally a matter of life and death. Because once this PFAS toothpaste is out of the tube, we're never going to put it back in. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony. I call Bob Grillo from, I believe it's CMA Engineers from Portsmouth.
Thank you. Maybe he can spell it for the record.
For the record, can you spell your name? Put your, put it on. Whoop, there you go.
Grillo.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to give my comments to the committee on SB 61. My testimony will argue in favor of passage of the bill. My name is Bob Grillo. I'm a principal at CMA Engineers, a civil and environmental engineering company headquartered in Portsmouth. I've practiced landfill engineering in New Hampshire continuously since 1986, starting with the first double-line landfill in the state. I'm a licensed professional engineer and geologist in New Hampshire. So with this background, I offer the following comments. Some of this has been covered earlier in great detail, so I will make this brief. SB 61 has provisions for hiring a consultant to assess the landfill surface to water setback rules and supply recommendations for any needed enhancement of these setback rules. The consultant solicitations should require interested firms to be qualified in a broad range of fields, those including solid waste engineering, hydrogeology, environmental assessment and remediation, and risk management. Regarding the conflicts of interest, I support what the director and his assistant said on that, and I'm confident that they can make a selection that'll satisfy everyone's concerns there. Also, as stated by the director, SB 61 requires public involvement in the solicitation of the consultant, as well as in the rulemaking that would follow the completion of the consultant's work. This public, transparent process should strengthen the resulting rules and the public confidence in them. SB 61 supports and enhances the NHDES rulemaking process, one that includes the regulators, the public, and business and environmental stakeholders. SB 61 significantly improves, in my opinion, the earlier legislation that prescribed simplified and unscientific methods in the bill itself, in effect short-circuiting this rulemaking process, which I think is important. Current New Hampshire solid waste rules require landfills to be built with a secondary liner and leachate detection system below the primary liner. So this system supplies a redundant barrier to flow and leakage and leachate collection, and provides a means to continuously check the performance of the primary liner. If it's leaking, it'll show up, and it's measured daily. So the existing New Hampshire regulatory program of robust groundwater monitoring combined with near continuous monitoring of the primary line containment system has performed exceedingly well over the last 36 years. I'm not aware of one double-line landfill that has leaked and needed groundwater remediation over this entire 36-year period when these landfills have been in service in the state. With that said, I understand there's still concerns and there's still risk, possibly. But SB 61 contemplates NHDES considering added measures or engineering controls to enhance these protections and add redundancy to the landfill containment systems. These measures should address real or perceived risk on a site-specific basis, and I support acceptance of any reduced travel times as a result. I support these provisions of SB 61. Thank you for your consideration.
And Mr. Grillo, would you be able to submit your testimony, written testimony?
Yes, I have 10 copies. I understand you need
Okay,
more.
yeah, just for the clerk.
Did you send it to us by email as well?
Yes, you all got it by email.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Grillo? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Murray. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Grillo, for taking my question. So I did just want to speak really quickly about double liner systems, and if you could clarify, they are not always plastic double liners, correct? Sometimes it is one liner is plastic and one liner may be clay.
In New Hampshire, the rules require 2 plastic liners.
Okay.
And there is a soil component beneath the lower one.
Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Grillo, are you aware of double liners leaking?
Yes.
So, at times we hear a double liner is state of the art. Do you think it's state of the art?
I do. And if I could explain in just a minute. So you have a lining system on top, and you measure any liquid that gets through that lining system to the second liner. It's usually a very small amount. Most of the time, it's clean water that gets in from the edges, but nonetheless, there is a little bit of water there. Then you have the second system underneath it, which has to deal with much, much less water. And you can actually calculate based on what kind of holes you had in the first liner, what is in the second liner, calculate what goes through. And it's such a small amount. Yes, I mean, no one's perfect. No materials are perfect. This thing was made by man. But the amount of leakage is so small through that second liner that it's immeasurable. And that's been the case over these last 30-something years, that the monitoring wells do not pick up any of the contamination from the landfill and the groundwater.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I would call Representative Walter Stapleton to testify in support of the bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Representative Walt Stapleton from Sullivan County District 6, the towns of Claremont and Croydon. I'm here in support of SB 61, but with 3 concerns. We've come a long way from 1454 and almost got there with 56. I was quite in favor of the 5-year time and travel formula. But of course, that was telling the professionals what specific method to use in current and developing science. So while I was disappointed we don't see the time and travel within this bill, the reference to other states' use, current technology and science, we've turned the rock over, and it should be evident what's out there from the department's ability to investigate. And I'm happy that with all the efforts over these couple of terms here, that the antiquated method of 200 feet distance is recognized as tantamount to driving a Model T down I-93. We don't want to be doing that anymore. The problems that I see, 3 of them, there's no mention of landfill sites over or near aquifers, as there was in the amendment to HB 56. Well, maybe we have to address that at some other point. Or if there's going to be an amendment, perhaps we might include mention of that as a criteria to look at, as well as the perennial surface waters. The second item, the bill is absent conflicts of interest with regard to site geology assessment contractors. But I'm satisfied that what the department has said relative to including that within the RFP and working with the AG indicates a sensitivity to that concern. But at least if there's going to be an amendment, perhaps just a mention that adequate conflicts of interest concerns would be addressed. But the big kahuna is page 5, Roman 3. If the department does not adopt new rules within 24 months of the effective date of this act, et cetera, we go back to square one and the Model T on I-93. And we can't be doing that. My concerns are with some of the outlined process of times, of which there are quite a few in there. 30 days of the act to post the RFP draft, 30 days after that for public comment, 30 days October 1st final draft, and then 45 days a submission deadline. But there's something missing in here. The bill is missing an award date, or at least a number of days after submission deadline, for the department to respond. So that there's a check against erosion of time available for the department to adopt and incorporate the new rules in time to avoid that reversion to existing standards. Again, missing the award date or a number of days in that linear process to make the award. Serious erosion of time could occur for any number of even valid reasons. Essentially a slow process for staff, problems, other emergencies, whatever. Could be an unfortunate escape hatch for missing this opportunity to get this straight. So instead, there should really be at Roman 3 a mandate to complete the work, even with the delay, and that would comprehend extension provisions, like 6 months for apps in process to be held in abeyance for unforeseen processing circumstances. We can't just dump it off the cliff. And I think that's what Romans Section 3 does. And hopefully that would be the most important item included in an amendment, which I hope the committee will incorporate into this very fine bill, which otherwise is very comprehensive, satisfactory, well thought, well constructed, but we have to plug the holes. And that concludes my opinion on this.
Representative Stapleton, thank you. Do you have written testimony to hand to the clerk?
No, I don't.
No.
That's just rough notes off the
Thank
top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions for Representative Stapleton? No, seeing none? No? No? Okay, seeing
you.
none. Thank you. And I now call Wayne Morrison, who's requested 5 minutes. Good afternoon.
Good
Welcome
afternoon.
to Environment and Agriculture.
Thank you. Let me start by saying I heard a lot of interesting things. I heard some very good things. I just start by going back to what Senator Waters said, that there is a growing desire to get something done this session. I want to amplify that 1,000%. We need to get something done. For the record, my name is Wayne Morrison, and I am president of a grassroots organization called North Country Alliance for Balanced Change. We have been in front of this committee and your counterparts in the Senate over the last 4 or 5 years, bringing House Bills 177, House Bill 1454, House Bill 56. I want you to know I've spent the first 6 years of my retirement working on solid waste, something that I never thought in a million years I would be doing. I want to support this bill. I want to see progress. I think the concepts in this legislation are ones we can agree with, at least in principle. However, in good faith and after working these issues for a good length of time, there are some things in this bill that I think, and we have been discussing, but that need to be addressed. The intentions of the stakeholders, there are a lot of stakeholders in this. I don't understand how it could possibly be that by somehow improving this bill, that it would get destroyed. I don't know what's in the governor's head. I don't know why he chose to veto House Bill 1454. It was good legislation, and so was House Bill 56, but we are where we are. And the question is, what are we prepared to do? We have heard on multiple occasions from DES through their testimony that They need additional technical knowledge to feel comfortable in making a change to the landfill siting setback requirement. I think we should give DES whatever they need to reach a good conclusion and change a 32-year-old, inadequate, unsafe, unhelpful, dangerous 200-foot setback that not only doesn't make sense to me, but I think if you lined up 95% of the population of this state and you said 200 feet is barely out the door, do you think that's enough space between a lake, a river, the Atlantic Ocean, and a landfill? I think you'd get a resounding, no way, that's insane. We need to fix it. I spent my career in technology. I believe in technology. I'm a business person. My life has been enriched by working for corporations. I am by no means against business. But I live in New Hampshire because clean air, clean water, open spaces, I love this state. As it turns out, my family owns property on Forest Lake in Whitefield, New Hampshire. I wish Casella no ill will, but they have picked a terrible site to plan a mega landfill near the Ammonoosuc River, Forest Lake State Park, and a recreation area. All the technology in the world is great, but you as a legislative body, as you think about policy, you should assume that things are going to fail. You should assume double liners, triple liners, quadruple liners, monitoring wells, all of that stuff. We should do all of it. But the point of a setback is when the shit hits the fan and something goes wrong, that we have enough time to intercept it before a river gets polluted and before drinking water gets polluted. And there's no remediation for that. You heard from Wendy Thomas, the awful story that she had to tell you. I don't understand why it's taken this long. This is one slice, one small piece of a complicated system of solid waste in the state that needs to be fixed. We have a lot of issues to deal with. I have great respect for DES. They have a very difficult job. But as a member of the public, as somebody that has been fighting to make solid waste reform and change, I'm appalled that it's 5 years into the process and we are still. Now it's going to be 2 more if we pass this bill. And I'm telling you, we don't need, this is not rocket science. Yes, we should go off and we should get, I'm all in favor of a lot of this bill. We should go off and get the best minds. We should benchmark what the best states are doing, but we got to get moving. All I ask from you as you contemplate this bill, I think you should think about conflict of interest in this business is a real issue. New Hampshire is a small state. My little grassroots organization went off to try and hire a solid waste engineer. And I can tell you, months into the process, every one of those people is tied to the solid waste industry in this state. They have conflicts of interest. We need to find competent people. But that is not an easy task. And I want to believe in this process. I don't think anyone's going into this process not trying to do the right thing. But it is very important that we find somebody that's independent, that is going to actually give us the kind of data and whatever that report ends up being. We want that to be real stuff. We don't want window dressing. We want real action. If we're going to spend $150,000 in this state, we want to spend it wisely. We want to get our money's worth, and we want to get on with the real action here to get something done. I'm a bit off script. I would also remind the committee that there's a couple of things that are just true. There are currently no applications for a new landfill development in front of DES. And any applicant that does come forward knows what's been transpiring for the last 5 years, and that there's change that's coming, and the regulations are going to change. I'm sympathetic to business, and I want us to do the right thing. But I am even equally sympathetic to the public who is asking for environmental, health, and safety protection. Every day I read about toxic stuff that's in landfills, in that leachate. And if you aren't discomforted by the fact that the 200-foot setback 30 years ago we didn't know, well, today we know a lot more, and we know it is more and more and more dangerous. The second thing I would ask you to contemplate is that the Department of Environmental Services published a biennial report back in November. And in it, it says, we don't have any capacity issue. We don't need a new landfill tomorrow. We may need one 10 years from now. I question if we even need it then. But we have plenty of time to get this right. And if we're going to invest, if we're going to permit another landfill that's going to last 100 years or 200 years, please don't let a month or two get in the way of doing the right thing on this bill. The people of this state deserve much better than what we've been living with. And I believe that we are fortunate that our health and safety and the leaks and the problems that we hear all over the country in some of these places, we are not better off because of our regulation. We are better off in spite of our regulation. I think we've been lucky. Don't let a disaster happen when you know that we can do better than this. The people of New Hampshire deserve more than what we're giving them, and the time to act is now. And I don't know what the governor is going to do, but you should do the right thing. And as you did with 1454, if the governor makes the wrong decision, you have the power to override it. So I ask you to stand up and do the right thing for the people of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? No? Thank you very much for your
never get a
testimony.
question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to get on. We are, going. I've got a lot of pink cards here. I would like to call Nora Bosworth to testify. Thank you. Yeah. Just passing it around.
Hello again. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Aaron and honorable committee members. You're going to hear a lot of similar points to the ones that were just made, but they were good ones. I'm the Zero Waste Staff Attorney for Northern New England for the Conservation Law Foundation, and CLF supports SB 61, provided that it is amended in a few important and modest ways. We believe that with the amendments I'm going to speak to, this bill could be a huge step forward for the state's protection of its waters and residents from the dangers of landfills. And site-specific setbacks are necessary because all landfill liner systems have limited lifespans and can eventually leak, some slowly over time and others shortly after installation. DES has admitted that landfill liner systems have finite lifespans, and waste in conventional Subtitle D landfills remain hazardous and otherwise harmful to groundwater quality for as long as they remain buried and leachable components persist, which is centuries to millennia into the future, far beyond the 36 years that we can look to now. So for all these reasons, it is essential that New Hampshire adopt stronger protections to prevent contamination of surface waters. And I just want to add, since we've been talking a lot about what we're still discovering, this year alone, the EPA studied 200 landfills across the country and tested the leachate for PFAS and found PFAS in 95% of the leachate of the 200 landfills across the country that they tested. So this legislation would be far more effective if it specified that the contractor hired to assess the setback regulations must be independent and appropriately qualified. The independent third party should not be affiliated with any past or current projects on behalf of a current landfill owner or operator, nor have a past, current, or intended future client relationship with any landfill owner or operator. This is a basic conflict of interest provision, and the language is in there to guide this amendment. Additionally, the contractor should be a qualified hydrogeologist with demonstrated capability to assess and determine appropriate setback requirements for landfills, as well as have significant experience in environmental and health risk management. And as many of us have been touching on, the abeyance on new landfill permit applications should last until the new site-specific regulations are adopted, period. The 200-foot setback is an inadequate protection, and thus we are here. And this bill requires the adoption of new site-specific regulations. And it is irresponsible to allow the issuance of a landfill permit under outdated rules simply because the agency completes their duty potentially in more months than anticipated. DES is already limited in their timeline by the months required to hire a contractor and the 150 days allowed for that contractor to finalize the recommendations that DES has to then take into account when they propose new regulations. So it's not a full 24 months by any means. The abeyance on the granting of new landfill permits should last until the new regulations, the better protections are adopted, even if such adoption extends beyond 24 months. The abeyance does not work for everyone, despite what we've heard. It does not work for residents who live near landfills or future landfills. And CLF urges the committee to amend SB 61 as discussed above, and then to vote as amended that it ought to pass. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bosworth. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. And, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Bixby, I didn't see your hand.
Yeah, well, I was a little slow in raising it.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that your suggestions are all clearly laid out in the written testimony you gave us in terms of if we wanted to look at those for language.
They certainly are. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Michael Wright.
Good afternoon, committee and chairman and the chairwoman, excuse me. This is my first time ever testifying in front of a committee or in any particular issue in front of the state. And I'm very pleased to be in front of you here. A little bit nervous, so just bear with me as I talk a little bit here. My name is Michael Wright. I'm from Littleton, New Hampshire. I was born and raised in Littleton, and I've lived in the three corners of the state, I guess, up in the North Country, down in the Seacoast, as well as around Keene. And I can tell you I love this state, and there's a lot to love about it. And this is the reason why it's a real draw for many people that visit the state as well as they want to move here. And one of the primary things is to the beauty of our state and the waters that we have. And so I'm very pleased to be able to come in front of you and talk about how I feel about making sure that we continue to have clean water in front of the state. I got to tell you, I'm a little bit fascinated by the whole process today, somewhat gobsmacked when I hear that maybe it's not a binary, it's a binary decision on SB 61. It's either take it or leave it type of proposition. That's not how I thought the legislative sausage was actually created. I thought it was through discussion and from arguments, if you want to call it that, but just deliberation about what's best for the actual policies that you may be working upon. I wanted to take a moment here and read the testimony from Adam Fink. I think that you may know of him. He's Dr. Adam Fink. He's an environmental scientist, and he's currently the clinical professor of environmental health services over at the University of Michigan. So this won't take, I'm not going to read his entire submitted testimony here, and I'll abbreviate it a little bit, but let me go through it. Over the last 2 years, the House agreed with the experts who testified that New Hampshire is decades behind the rules of other states and the guidance of the U.S. EPA, and that the state should require a 5-year time of travel setback between new landfills and surface waters, using the maximum measured value of site-specific pollutant velocity. This formula is actually weaker than the 6-year or the 12-year setbacks in other states that have thriving landfill industries, some of which actually simply ban landfills in sandy soil, like the one proposed up in Dalton. This year, the DES and the Senate have publicly admitted what the experts have always known, that one-size-fits-all 200-foot setback is an embarrassment and a danger to our citizens. Unwittingly, though, the Senate apparently, with SB 61, apparently does not appreciate the difference between science and policy, between undeniable facts and legitimate disputes over values. Despite my 35 years experience conducting pioneering research in environmental sciences and evidence-based regulations for federal, state, and city and environmental agencies, I, that is Dr. Fink, should not be empowered to make value-laden policies for the state of New Hampshire. But neither should any of the other unelected scientists be given this power. Making policy is the job of the legislature, a buck that should not be passed to someone unaccountable, perhaps untrained, and certainly biased. The fallacy at the heart of SB 61 is its false claim that there is still science that a consultant must figure out. I can assure you that despite what you'll hear today, which we have here today from vested interests, the science is settled. Much indeed is unsettled, but that is all policy and values. So here's an analogy to the trap that the Senate has fallen into. Imagine the legislature had never set a speed for the state highway. Of course, there'll be a legitimate argument over whether the limit should be 40, 60, or 100 miles per hour. And there'll be a controversy over whether someone should be pulled over for speeding far above the limit for a minute or so, or whether the police should have to follow him for an hour and only penalize him if the long-run average speed is above the posted limit. But there isn't any doubt that we know how to measure the speed of a car. We have speedometers and radar guns for this, just as we have had very accurate tests for groundwater velocity for many years. I heard testimony today that that's something the state doesn't know anything about. I mean, it's science. So I respectfully defy any of the consultants supporting that SB 61 as is to identify one single issue that requires more research here. And Dr. Fink has submitted a one-page chart that explains what could possibly be the major value judgments that a consultant report will make. So the Senate wants to outsource the policy to a consultant rather than to make the hard choices about how to be protective. This is especially disappointing because HB 56 had already made that hard choice, and in a common sense way on the successes of the states and on the science. But it's even worse than this. You all know precisely what the answer would be if you awarded a speed limit contract to a consultant out of Ferrari. We've studied the issue and we think everyone should be able to drive 120 miles per hour on the road anytime. After all studies show that someone once did that and didn't yet kill anyone. I and others have offered a small set of technical changes to SB 61. It can be improved to make a somewhat less of a giveaway to the regulated industry. It would still outsource policy authority to one or more consultants, but at least it would balance this mistake with meaningful expert review and respectful public input with reasoned DES responses to it. But even with these changes, it would be a huge concession for the House to accept the premise of SB 61 that a consultant actually should make the environmental policy for the state. So there is one simple way to change one aspect of SB 61 to satisfy the perceived need for more study without leaving the state at the mercy of one unelected person's preferences. The legislature should direct the consultant to make the recommendation directly to the elected officials, and you would then instruct DES how to change its dangerous rules. This would compromise between the legislative branch, finish the job now, as HB 56 would have done, and never doing the job as SB 61 in its present form would do. This way, the legislature can at least have open the possibility of creating a balanced precautionary setback rule that will achieve its crucial and very long overdue goal to steer applicants away from the tiny minority of the worst, most obviously ruinous places where PFAS-laden trash need never and should never be buried. I really can't take many questions for Dr. Fink, but I'd be willing to go ahead.
Excuse me. Go ahead,
just-
Representative Bixby.
Thank you. Just a clarification on the name. Is that Dr. Adam Finkel, F-I-N-C-K?
Yeah, my apologies, and I know he's watching online. He couldn't make it here today because he had some medical appointments, and I'll be hearing from him because it's actually Adam Finkel.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I would like to call Tim White. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony and comments to SB 61. My testimony is in support of SB 61. I've provided written comments of my own as well as a colleague, Eric Steinhauser, and we will be emailing the comments to the committee as well. My name is Tim White. I'm a vice president at Sanborn Head & Associates, a multidisciplinary engineering and geosciences consulting firm headquartered in Bedford. We currently serve private and public clients at several of New Hampshire's lined and unlined landfills. Our environmental and engineering clients also include NHDES and DOT. I'm a hydrogeologist at Sanborn Head and have worked in the field of geology for over 21 years. I'm a licensed professional geologist in New Hampshire as well as 5 other states. I want to briefly summarize 2 key points in support of SB 61. The first, SB 61 uses science and requires site-specific approach for determining landfill setbacks to perennial surface water. And secondly, SB 61 proposes that DES engage a qualified contractor to study the setback rules and make recommendations. Regarding the first point, the science, SB 61 requires calculation of representative groundwater travel times using site-specific information. It does not rely on a one-size-fits-all approach, which would not be representative to conditions at most sites. Additionally, SB 61 includes options for specific engineering improvements that provide enhanced protection for human health and the environment. These measures provide secondary and in some cases tertiary protections that are above and beyond the current state and federal regulations. Together, these important considerations reflect advances in solid waste engineering and design technologies that offer protection by either decreasing the likelihood a release would occur, reducing the impact a potential release may have, or increasing the ability to detect and respond to the release. Regarding my second point, the study by qualified professionals, in my opinion, the best firm for the study will have several professionals with extensive multi-state solid waste landfill design, permitting, construction, operation, and monitoring experience. Although the selected contractors may be professionally licensed in New Hampshire, this should not be an absolute requirement. Rather, the professionals working on the study should have engineering and hydrogeologic expertise and credentials that are materially equivalent to what is required for landfill licensure in New Hampshire. There's been a lot of concern expressed today about concerns about interest, lack of interest and transparency in our industry. And I just want to say those negative assertions simply aren't based on fact. Protection of public health and the environment is at the very core of what we do as environmental professionals and engineers every day. We are bound by rules and regulations. No one's above the law. As part of our professional licensure, we also are bound by a strict code of ethics to avoid the types of conflicts of interest that were expressed today. I'm confident that DES has the ability to vet these real and perceived conflicts of interest as part of the contracting process. I think, though, that these tactics ignore that the assessment that is proposed in SB 61 to study the setback by highly qualified professionals is scientifically sound and a responsible approach that makes sense for New Hampshire, and it specifies a reasonable time frame and framework for completion. I urge this committee to move forward with SB 61. I'm confident DES will be able to engage a highly qualified professional firm, independent, to do their work and complete the study, and I'm looking forward to reviewing the results. And I have any questions if the committee have, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is Sanborn Head currently under contract with the state?
Sanborn Head does have a contract with DES for environmental work at many of the Superfund sites and other brownfield sites that the state manages.
Thank you.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I guess your testimony and the testimony of previous engineering firms has raised a question for me, because it's my understanding. I mean, I guess I've heard people say that this lays out good scientific information. And am I wrong? All it does is talk about going out for an RFP and suggests that whoever wins this contract look at some of these things. But nothing in this is science, and nothing in this has to be in the final report. Am I wrong? Or is that what this bill is all about?
Thank you for your question, Representative. If I read this bill, this is in section 3A on page 2. what the proposed language there is offers more specifics than are in the current regulations about how the travel time in groundwater is calculated, specifically lines 26 through 32. I think that's the additional specifics that are being added in this bill.
Follow-up, but
Go ahead.
yeah, aren't these just suggested recommendations? I mean, I don't see any science. I mean, I don't see any qualitative information here that, I mean, for example, in HB 56, there was qualitative data, about, how far, I mean, how far water should travel and remedies that we should take. I just see this as suggestions. I mean, so I'm not sure where I see the science in here.
So to answer your follow-up question, Representative, I believe how the bill's written is it takes those sections, the language in 3, and as part of the study, one of the outcomes is recommendations based on the outcome of that study. And it includes recommendations of any other factors that the consultant deems necessary for protection of perennial surface water acts. So I believe there's more specifics that will be coming out of that study.
Any other questions? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm hoping you can answer a question that I've had since we heard testimony on HB 56 regarding the use of this term "one size fits all," and also the idea of something being site specific. So I'm certainly not a fan of our current 30-year-old standard of 200 feet. I think travel time is how we should be measuring these things. But this is my question. Even if taking that 200-foot setback, that's a minimum, right? And you conduct a series of tests, right, to determine what the specific geology is at that site. And then there is a determination of how far the setback should be. Is that not site specific, right? Because with that minimum, or if we take a 5-year setback, the travel time that we discussed in HB 56, that is a particular standard, but you're always doing specific geological testing at the site. So whatever the actual setback is, whether that's 200 feet or 1,000 feet or 2 miles, it's still site specific regardless of that standard. And and I'm hoping you can clarify this for me. I'm thinking about if I go to buy a pair of pants, right? Pants are determined, the size is determined by waist and inseam. That doesn't make all pants one size fits all, right? You have a set of criteria and then it's specific to the individual. So if you could, I would appreciate if you could clarify for me this language around one size fits all, because as long as you're doing the specific testing, it is site specific, is it not?
Sure. Thank you for your question, Representative. I think the one size fits all that I'm referring to, the 200-foot setback under the current regs would not be allowed if DES determined that is not protective to surface water. That's how the current regulations read. So no one could put a landfill at 200 feet right now if it were not protective. What I'm referring to specifically with a one size fits all is the other legislation that I've reviewed indicates that a certain maximum values from a site for permeability, for instance, must be used. And that is not specific, that would not fall into a site specific. It would not be representative to a vast majority of that site potentially. And so I juxtapose that value that is maybe measured at one point in one location. It may not be representative for a bulk of the site and particularly the area down gradient from the landfill where it really matters.
And a quick follow-up, if I may?
Sure.
Madam Chair, I guess I think there's a difference in usage in that case that you just provided, right? In terms of thinking about maximum velocity, for example. The site-specific element is still the geological, strata, right? I mean, so you're right, there's a maximum, and that would be applied across all sites that are tested, but then the site-specific element, is it not, is what you find when you drill down.
Correct. So under the current regulations, I do not believe, I don't mean to speak for DES, I do not believe they would look to use a maximum as being representative as a site under the siting rules now. And that's what the proposed legislation did, was it selected a maximum value. And that, I'm saying, it would not be representative of potentially vast majorities of portions of that site. And there's a danger in that because I don't think you're getting a representative read on what the travel time of groundwater might be if you were to take that maximum value.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I understand that there's an engineering piece that goes into it, certainly. But would you agree that part of our job is a health risk assessment? That that's as critical as the engineering that goes into putting the landfill?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. I think if I understand it correctly, the health risk part, I think, is addressed by the water quality standards that we're required to compare to. So the state publishes numerical values for both groundwater and surface water, and that's what they hold an applicant to for protecting that in order to protect human health and the environment, that comparison to the water quality standards. So that is built into the type of permitting work that geologists and engineers are involved with.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question, and thank you for taking my question. With regard to SB 61, it is largely silent on aquifers, as has been mentioned. Do you share any concerns with it being silent on that aspect?
Thank you for your question, Representative. Just to clarify, are you the term aquifer? Is that what you're referring to? I'm not troubled that it's not in the bill because it's a very specific term for that's used to denote places where water may be extracted for potable use. And I don't think those are the types of specifics that are being looked at for the landfill. The bill rather looks at permeability, whether it's called colloquially an aquifer or it's measured by its numeric value, its hydraulic conductivity that's referenced in the bill. I'd prefer the classification be done on the number, the hydraulic conductivity value.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And I now call Nancy Morrison, who has requested 1 minute to speak.
Yes, my name is Nancy Morrison, and thank you, Madam Chair, and this committee for sitting through this very extensive testimony. It's a lot. My testimony is 2 sentences, although one of them is long. As a New Hampshire citizen and a taxpayer, I object to Senate Bill 61 as written. It is counterintuitive and at the taxpayer's expense that with this bill as written, DES can accept and process a new landfill siting permit with their admittedly understaffed and underfunded department during the proposed 2-year study, when that permit may not get past the first new siting regulation as a result of that study. Senate Bill 61 would be a much better bill for the citizens of New Hampshire if it is amended so that DES will not accept and process a new landfill siting permit during the 2-year study period. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I now call Sarah Doucette. And you've requested 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Aaron, members of the committee, and everyone. I'm Sarah Doucette from Whitefield. I have nominated myself to speak for several thousand people who have contacted legislators and the governor over 4 years, all of them calling for responsible siting of New Hampshire landfills to protect the environment, their families, and communities statewide. I commend the work of the House over those years for being responsive and honoring the democratic process that binds us
Excuse
together.
me, Ms. Doucette, would you be able to speak a little louder? We're
Yes,
just hearing. Sorry.
I can ditch this too. So we have made progress together. With Senate Bill 61, this committee has the opportunity in the coming days to craft a truly effective bill that may finally win bipartisan support right to the governor's office in spite of his representative's comments to us today. As written, Senate Bill 61 is only a rough outline of what is needed for a meaningful study. What's missing is the means to assure integrity and accountability. You and your House colleagues can put the essential amendment in place to turn this bill into a worthwhile and definitive piece of legislation for New Hampshire waters and public health. Anything short of that will leave the state with an empty process, an illegitimate outcome, and yet another failed attempt at water protection. Most important, your work can make certain that New Hampshire never again uses the existing and frightening 200-foot setback rule as a buffer between landfills and perennial water bodies. It is appalling that that regulation stands. Given all we know about rampant PFAS contamination, defaulting to the 200-foot buffer as written now in Senate Bill 61, should the study and rule enactment run more than 24 months, is unacceptable. The study must be completed with updated and protective regulations in effect before any permit is granted for a new landfill facility. And in truth, the whole process will likely require a timeline that cannot be set responsibly in advance at 24 months, or perhaps at any other specific number of months. Your work in amending will also require attention to the search for credible, unbiased consultants, attention to the criteria to guide their research, and attention to engineering specifications and engineering's limitations, as well as human and environmental health considerations. Public involvement with DES, both assessing and including stakeholder input, is another requisite. It's been worrisome to hear in legislative bodies that everyone here is earnestly concerned about clean water, only to have votes cast against exactly the measures that would ensure clean water. If we want clean water, we have to be courageous. Today's the time to be all in for an amended Senate Bill 61 that can do the job we need. I respectfully ask you committee members to act on the convictions that you all expressed earlier in this session. Please be the diligent leaders we need to assure that New Hampshire never again operates with feeble regulations for landfill siting. And please remember that I speak for your constituents and their families. Picture a few of them, just for a moment. They're asking you for clean drinking and recreational waters. And I want to add one more thing just before I close. As a private citizen, watching the creation of Senate Bill 61, I have to say that the experience the public had in the Senate hearing was incredibly dismissive. And for this, the preparation of this bill to be represented as an inclusive and transparent process, from my perspective as someone who's paying attention earnestly, the public really has been quite shut out until today in that process. And, you know, the governor, I feel the governor's not in process with us when I hear his representatives say that his decision is already made. And it's interesting to me that that representative may not even be here listening to anything beyond his statement that he gave to us today. So I've done a lot of public comment, and I would like to feel that it is included in decision making, and that we really are in the stakeholder circle, because it's really hard, you know, to get 500 votes in favor of a piece of legislation and a handful against, and it doesn't seem to make a whit of difference in the end. So you have tremendous integrity for going through this with us today. I'm terrifically grateful. I thank you. And I look forward to your wholehearted work on this bill. I have a lot of confidence in your commitment and your earnest wish to do something meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Murray?
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. This isn't a question per se, but a matter of just clerking. You didn't indicate support or opposition on here, and if that was intentional, that's fine, but I just wanted to make sure that if you
Yeah,
intended to
I would
mark it-
only support with amendments. Thank you for
Okay.
pointing that out. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
thank you so much for your testimony. I think that so many things of what you said kind of ring true with some of the questions that we had. I would love you to define the word stakeholder, what you think the word stakeholder means in regards with our commitment to the public.
Well, I mean, you could guess. I would say your constituents, there are so many of us. You know, we're talking about one industry here and a relative handful of people who I understand they have a business interest, and that's fine. But you've, I don't mean just you, the legislature and the governor have heard such overwhelming input from stakeholders for so long. I mean, I don't like it very well that the governor and the industry are primary, somehow on some level of stakeholdership that none of us can achieve, no matter what we do. I mean, that's just, if you want to talk about democracy meaning something, that's not what it's about. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but I think everybody counts, not just the big folks, not just the people who are maybe entrenched in industry or in government. Oh, we're in a crisis.
No, you answered it perfectly.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much for your
Oh, thank
testimony.
you. I appreciate it.
I'd like to now call Muriel Robinette. Good afternoon and welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Thank you very much. And I do have a copy of my remarks that I'll pass out afterwards. My name is Muriel Robinette, and I appreciate being able to address you here. I've been practicing hydrogeology for more than 40 years in New England, and I'm a licensed professional geologist in New Hampshire and in Maine. Maine, of which is a neighboring state, which has landfills and landfill regulations that happen to be quite more specific than what ours are. I am speaking in support of Senate Bill 61. And why is that? Well, because our 200-foot setback is currently technically inadequate. It's actually pretty scary. And we think of New Hampshire as being a small, comfortable little state, and yet we have tens of millions of acres of land in our state, and the next landfill probably needs 200 or 300 of those acres. So we're looking at a very site-specific feature that we're wanting to put in this state, which is going to create leachate and contamination for about 100 years that has to be managed and addressed and taken care of. So how we site that next landfill is very crucial to your grandchildren and maybe great-grandchildren. So I think we need to do it carefully. As a geologist, I love the state, and we have two main features that we deal with in this state. One is we have beautiful white mountains, and they came about from mountain building forces which rose up the bedrock and created fracture systems within the rock. But for those of you who've had to drill a well for a water supply, you might have gotten a duster. You might have put in a well and maybe gotten a quart a minute of water. And yet, a quarter of a mile away or half a mile away, someone drills a well and they get 100 gallons a minute or 200 gallons a minute if you're a municipality and have used some good science in finding those fracture systems. So we have great variability in this state. The other feature that we have a lot of to thank for are the glaciers that came through about 15 million years ago, because the glaciers scraped our mountains and they left behind a very clay-rich, stony substance called till. And if you've ever tried to grow a garden in it, good luck, because it doesn't move water very easily for you. But the glaciers also left us excellent sand and gravel deposits where it was flowing, melting back. So that too is site specific. So when we site a landfill, maybe we ought to look for some of these features which can pass groundwater very, very rapidly. The sand and gravel, it can pass tens of feet a day of groundwater, which means if contaminants gets in it, it can move tens of feet a day with a contamination. So how can possibly a 200-foot setback be adequate for a site that would have that kind of a deposit? The same concept for fractured rock. If you have high fractures, it can pass groundwater quite rapidly too. So all we're looking for and needing to have to be protective in this state is site-specific siting criteria. Now, certainly we have a lot of site-specific criteria that is evaluated when a permit is applied. And we have very competent hydrogeologists in the state, in the DES, and in the private sector. Some of them are sitting here now, and I highly respect their capabilities. What we want to see is them to apply that site-specific information to the inevitable situation of leachate transport. So the upshot of it all is that this Senate Bill 61 says, let's study it. That's a admirable concept, and admirable from the standpoint of how much can you do for $150,000? It's going to be a desktop study. It's going to be a statistical analysis. It will be a study that looks at some of the other states and how they do setbacks, which is all good and valuable and useful to the DES in how they change their setback criteria for landfills. So we need to give them the time to do that job. We need to allow the science to be applied in the study and that advice given to DES, and they'll very competently evaluate it with respect to siting of landfills. And I would just implore you to not allow this work, this good work, which will happen, to be circumvented by the fact that it might miss its deadline by a month or 2 or 3. Landfills create contamination for 100 years, and where we put the next one is really important, particularly when we know about our PFAS concentrations in the leachate. We don't want that getting into our water supplies. So let's give them the time, and let's not have a sunset clause on that 200 feet. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Robinette, for taking my question. So you said something just in your testimony about the $150,000 in the appropriation. Were you saying that you believe that was adequate or inadequate? I just wanted to clarify for the record.
Well, I think $150,000 is adequate for a desktop study. And I think that makes sense, because for anything additional, in other words, to expect a consultant to go out and do independent permeability testing or any kind of field analysis is going to be biased by how much and where they can do it. So I'm not criticizing it. I'm just pointing that out as the fact that it's going to be a desktop study, but it will develop excellent information, I believe, that will help guide DES.
Representative, excuse me, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To piggyback on to Representative Murray's question, do you think that what is basically the equivalent of a literary survey would be sufficient to inform the rules going forward?
I do think it is, because for 2 reasons. One is that its goal is to come up with a site-specific setback criteria. That's number 1, critical. And then number 2, the fact is that it also will compare what New Hampshire currently has to other rules nearby in our states. And I do point to Maine's landfill solid waste rules. I think they're pretty doggone good, and they're much more protective than New Hampshire's.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Did you testify on HB 1454 and HB 56?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So what it sounds like you're saying to me is that you think the language in this bill allows for a discovery of the site specific,
I do.
attributes, and that every site is probably a little bit different.
I do, because I think that the consultant will develop the data to show the diversity of the site-specific information hydrogeologically that would go into determining what sort of safe setback should be. And I personally think a time of travel makes a lot of sense. It's technically viable and understood, and it's used in other places. And so maybe they'll come back and say, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, 2 years. I don't know. But I would assume that they will then be comparing whatever it is they think they're coming up with what other states are doing also.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'd like to dig into a little bit deeper into the term site-specific criteria. It kind of rolls off the tongue easily, but I think it might be easy to miss that. So when you're saying site-specific, that is just, one site, not another site. But when you get to the word criteria, isn't that where the generalization comes in, that there are general patterns that you can use to look at every different site, and that's where you get consistency?
If I understand your question correctly, every site is different. And when one is evaluating the specifics of a site, it's not one data point, it's many data points of the various material you're looking at, or it's a site with respect to its setback to other features, whether it's airports or schools or surface water. So you develop and you collect and evaluate data specifically for the site in question.
But so I guess you have all that specific site data, but there has to be some way to compare one site to another, and that's where the idea of the criteria come in. That you need to have some basis of comparison as well as the individual data points.
Well, the DES does require, when one says this is where I would like to build my landfill site, that you evaluate other sites too and compare them. So there is that comparison that's done in the permitting process.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Germana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. When we had the testimony on HB 56, we heard from a number of folks who have a lot of, relevant background in hydrogeology. Well, one of the things that I found confusing and that we talked a bit about was that we heard like 6 different things from 6 different experts, right? So when we're talking about one consultant who comes back after an RFP and provides this, recommendations with regard to a set of criteria, how were we with one consultant in that case to be assured that, if we hired 5 other consultants, we wouldn't have 5 other sets of criteria that were recommended? As you said, we've heard testimony from lots of folks with lots of different views on the distance of setback, travel time, et cetera. So I guess it comes down to, what makes us think that if we hired 6 consultants, we wouldn't have 6 separate sets of recommendations?
I think you probably would have 6 separate recommendations, but they all may be centering around the same thing, which is that maybe it is travel time, or maybe it is some other criteria that they all agree on. I think the greatest discrepancy I've heard so far with among the hydrogeologists is how much do you rely upon the engineered safeguards and systems that landfills are required to design into their facilities, their operations, et cetera. And if one wants to accept that they're fail-safe and they will be for 100 years, then maybe a hydrogeologist would come back and say, maybe the setback is good at 300 feet or something. But if one does accept that some contamination will happen, where does it go and how fast does it go? And so then what sort of setback then is protective. And I would suspect that DES will think about this pretty hard and give some guidance to the consultants that whatever they come back with needs to be, quote, in the norm. There are a lot of states that are dealing with landfills and dealing with contamination and migration and whatever. So how are they looking at it versus what would happen, assuming the inevitable will happen over 100 years? There will be releases. So where does it go? How fast does it go? What can we do to put in our siting rules that gives us a shot at being protective?
May I follow up? Thank you. And so then in the end, doesn't it come down to, if you're looking at several sets of recommendations, and doesn't it in the end come down to a value determination, in particular by a legislative body, in terms of how long we think we need to have to make sure that we don't have contamination? This goes to Senator Bixby's, or Representative Bixby's point about criterion, right? That you have all of that data. How do you determine how you're going to implement that recommendation? Isn't it in the end ultimately a value statement by a representative body that determines which set of recommendations you're going to apply, if you're going to be more erring on the side of caution or less?
I do think it's dependent upon how you weigh your responsibilities, because how protective of all of the stakeholders do you want to be? It costs a lot of money to deal with failures, and we don't cavalierly want to go and head in that direction so that we're always spending money on failures. But you also don't want to say, well, I guess we won't have any more landfills ever for the next 1,000 years, because that's probably not going to actually work either. So you have a very interesting job in balancing your requirements.
Yeah, I do. And when the failure is PFAS contamination, to me, it's clear which side we should lean toward. But thank you very much for your answer.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so your comments on how different hydrogeologists and consultants might come up with slightly different answers, but if you look at all of them together, then you might get some better ideas. Makes me think about in Section 5, Part 1, the Department of Environmental Services shall contract with one or more qualified consulting firms or individuals to perform an assessment. Do you think it might make sense to require more than one?
It's going to, if you did something like that, it's going to take longer. It's going to draw out the process. It's going to create compromising within the department with the two consultants, whatever. Frankly, I think you can do just fine with one.
Okay, thank you.
Just choosing a good one that doesn't have a dog in the fight.
All right, thank you very much.
Appreciate your testimony. And does anyone have any other questions? Okay, thank you. I'll call now Kirsten Koch. Is it Koch or Koch? Koch, I'm sorry. Kirsten Koch.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, representatives. It's been a long day now, so I will be very brief. My name is Kirsten Koch. I'm Director of Public Policy for the Business and Industry Association, the statewide Chamber of Commerce, also known as BIA. And I come before you today to register BIA support for Senate Bill 61. We support this bill as a vehicle for modernizing landfill permitting because we believe it requires scientific studies to be done and subsequently update rules and regulations based on the scientific data from those studies. It's long been a policy priority for the Business and Industry Association to support efforts to create science-based rules or legislation, and we think this does exactly that. We believe this bill is the best way to go for updating landfill permitting because we see it as fair and scientifically accurate. In the Senate, Senate Bill 61 received support from a broad variety of folks, from environmental experts, industry leaders, and environmental activists. As Senator Waters explained earlier, there's clearly a bipartisan desire to create a solution here, and we hope to see that come forward. We strongly support Senate Bill 61, and we believe this bill provides a fair solution, accurately updating landfill permitting. In conclusion, we ask the committee to please pass Senate Bill 61. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Ms. Koch, do you have a written testimony at all to share with us?
I can provide it,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. That's appreciated. Representative Bixby.
Does the BIA have a position in terms of whether if the 24 month deadline is not met, whether it should revert to old rules?
Thank you for the question. We came prepared just to discuss the bill as is and not amendments, but ultimately, we support this bill because we want to see these changes come forward within the 24 months. We see that provision as another additional safeguard. Ultimately, it's a policy decision for the committee to make.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
And I have Nikki Delud-Roy. Good afternoon.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. I'm Nikki Delud-Roy. I am a professional geologist licensed in the state of New Hampshire. I am also vice president of a company named Verdantis. We are an environmental and engineering firm with an office here in Manchester, New Hampshire, but we have offices in about 26 states currently and practice environmental and engineering across all of those states. I appreciate you all hearing my testimony. As you all probably know, I've reviewed and commented on bills on the same topic in this and in previous legislative sessions. And so I am here today in support of SB 61 because I believe that this proposed bill really ultimately goes back to the expertise that is at DES with regards to making the appropriate sets of rules for that reflect the geology and the setting and the stakeholders in the state. I'll be brief today because I think Muriel and others who have testified earlier this afternoon have spoken to all of the complexities around the issue of siting landfills in the state. For example, there were a number of questions regarding the definition of an aquifer. It really just speaks to how complex the geology is here and how important it is that the legislature basically direct DES to go into the rulemaking process and be thoughtful about the update to the solid waste regulations and specifically to the siting regs. I'd also like to emphasize that through SB 61 and through the investigation or the study that has been referenced and discussed previously this afternoon, there's an opportunity for the best science across the country to be evaluated, brought forward, recommended to DES, put into context with the geology here in the state, and for ultimately for DES to incorporate that into rulemaking. So I will just end, I guess, my testimony here today just to say how supportive I am of SB 61, because ultimately it brings into the consideration of the state of practice across the country, as well as the site-specific geology in the state. And then it ultimately relies on the experts at DES to go through the rulemaking process that they have in-house. So thank you for consideration of my comments.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is Verdantis also under contract with the state?
We are not currently under contract with the state.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, that was my last pink card. So if anyone else would like to make comments or testimony, please come up to the microphone, fill out a pink card. No? Okay. The online portal has 47 people in support of this bill, 81 opposed, and 5 neutral. And our blue sheet has 4 people in favor and 1 person opposed to SB 61. And I guess we are at the end of our hearing for this today. I want to thank everybody for their patience and their fortitude for making it this far, especially our committee members for sitting so patiently and asking some very, very good questions along the way. So I am going to close this hearing on SB 61. Thank you. So my intention here is, now that we've heard all the bills that we've heard today, next week we are scheduled on Tuesday to have a tour of UNH in Durham, the ag
The College of Agriculture and Life Sciences.
Okay.
Or Life Sciences and Agriculture.
Okay.
And that's going to include the agricultural research station.
Gonna put your, yeah.
So some of the things that we're going to be seeing are, we're going to hear from the director of the Agricultural Research Station, who also was the one who gave us the greenhouse tour last month, and that's Anton Beckerman. And we're going to hear from the Cooperative Extension. We're going to see the research farms out at Woodman Farm. We're going to see the organic dairy. We're going to hear from a researcher who is working on water quality with particular attention to contaminants like PFAS. And I think we might have a couple, there might be a couple, there's a very full day that's going to be presented to us, and we're going to get a lot of interesting information.
I will be sending out to the committee, I think we've already gotten it, but I'll resend it, the agenda for that. You had a proposed agenda for that day.
There was a draft agenda which will probably be pretty close to the whole thing, and so if I can touch base with Ken LaValle and see if we can get the
final version.
the final version of the agenda.
And then we'll share it with everybody and give
Dress code?
dress code.
Wear shoes you don't mind getting muddy.
Okay, so we have, next week, we've got this tour. The following week, that Tuesday, the 9th, May 9th, my plan is to exec most of the bills that we heard today. We may have a work session on maybe SB 61 or any of the other ones that may need it. And if we have any kind of amendments, we'll discuss it then. And then we'll have to figure out whether later in the day, it wouldn't be later in the day because we would have some sort of amendments, unless we would discuss the amendments that morning and then exec it in the afternoon. I don't know.
I think what would make sense is that we should plan on having a work session in the morning where we can discuss any amendments. And we can also make sure that those amendments go out to people in advance so they have a good chance to think about them. And if there are not, if we can if we can agree on the amendments in that work session, then it should be straightforward to exec in the afternoon. And I think I would guess that with the exception of possibly one bill, we'd be able to exec everything.
Yep. Yep. So that's kind of the plan. And I don't know if anybody else has any questions about anything you've heard today or, but sure.
Will the bills that we've seen to date, are they the last of our bills for this session?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
When we're done with these, we're done. until the fall when we'll go over the bills that we've retained. So, okay. All right, with that, I'm gonna call it a day and thank you all for sticking in there and hanging in there and yeah. With our caucus? Yes. The whole committee? Yeah, sure. Members of the committee, please stay, and I'm going to ask, well, I don't know that we can do that, then it's a public meeting.
I don't think we can exclude people. If we have a discussion of.
Yeah, any kind of discussion of any of the bills is a public meeting. No. Right. 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 Anyway, we're done for today.